According to legend, when demons awaken from the darkness and turn the world into a living hell, the goddess of fate will select 6 heroes, and these 6 will be given the power to save the world. Always, it is only 6 that are chosen. And for this reason, they are known as the Braves of the 6 Flowers.
Vienna's famous apples! Take some home as a gift!
Betting for the semifinals will end in 10 minutes.
Welcome, one and all. The Ritual Tournament semifinals will now be held before the great King of Piena and his people. To the west, the stalwart captain of the Royal Guard, Batual Rainhawk of Piena, nation of prosperity's source. To the east, representing the Red Bear Mercenaries, Quato Gain of Tommaso, nation of verdant green. Listen well, warriors. This duel is unlike any you have fought before. This match is held before the great King of Piena and the Goddess of Fate, who protects the world and its peace. For honor, you will have a fair fight. The victor will battle Princess Nashitanya, winner of the last tournament. A coward does not have the right to face her. Hit all of your strength against one another to determine which of you is...
Coming through? Excuse me, guys.
Who are you?
My name would be Adlet Meyer, and I am... the strongest man in the whole world!
Who is he?
Listen up, everybody, because we are changing the rules today. It's like this. Both of you will fight me, Adlet, the strongest man in the world.
Your impudence goes too far.
Hey, get rid of this annoying little fool, would ya?
Let the battle begin. Nice, still standing.
Water?
The sheer arrogance! What the...
Damn trickster! Huh? Not so fast!
Sorry. That really hurts, doesn't it? Your shoes, well, that's what happens when they're made of cloth. Hey, did you see that? Guess I win the semifinals. My name is Adlet Meyer, the strongest man in the world! You hear that, Goddess of Fate? If you don't choose me to be one of the 6 Braves, you're...
Arrest that man now! You don't feel remotely bad about it, do you? That was a holy tournament you ruined in front of the king. I'll never forgive you for this.
Huh? Perfect, I found you! You're Adlet, right?
And who are you then?
I saw the way you fought the guards at the tournament grounds. I was so impressed. And now, I'm your biggest fan in the world. Please, let's shake.
Wow, you're a weird maid.
Your heart is pounding, isn't it? Are you uncomfortable talking to girls?
No way! The strongest man in the world can handle anything.
But your face is bright red. I'm so glad I came. I decided that I wanted to learn more about who you are. Can we talk for a little while? Is that okay?
Adlet Meyer, age 18. Nation of the White Lakes. My master's name is Atro Spiker.
He's Atro Spiker?
At 10, I left my homeland and everything I had to go and train with him there. I lived in the mountains for a long time, spending every hour training to defeat the demon god. The fighting technique that he taught me was designed for that purpose, and that purpose alone. I will do whatever it takes to succeed.
That was really interesting. I think I've heard the words "the strongest in the world" enough to last a lifetime.
Because it's an undeniable fact that I am the strongest man in the world.
Remember, you haven't yet beaten Princess Nashitanya, the Saint of Sword.
No, I was hoping she would show up at some point, but I guess not. Oh well, I'm much better than she is anyway.
There are lots of strong people all over the world.
Of course there are, but I know for a fact that there's no fighter out there stronger than I am.
What makes you think that's true?
It's simple. I just know that there's no one else stronger anywhere, and that's all there is to it.
Really? You believe that?
The Goddess of Fate knows it too. Now I just need to make sure that the demon god and the rest of the world learn that.
At least you have a lot of confidence going.
Because it's the truth and nothing but.
I guess that makes sense.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, I guess so.
What did they do about the tournament?
Oh, well, they decided to go ahead and hold the match again yesterday. Kwato beat Batual by a hair in the semis, and Nashitanya destroyed him in the final round.
Wait, Nashitanya?
Sorry, I should have said the princess.
The old guy was really the better one of the two.
They said his shoulder was injured pretty badly when you threw him.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad about that.
Hey, Adlet, why is it you think that you're the strongest in the entire world?
Because that is the simple fact. And if I'm the strongest in the world, I will most definitely be chosen as one of the 6 Braves.
So what you're saying is that you know you'll be one of the Braves of the 6 Flowers?
Oh yeah. Everything I've trained for has been to defeat the demon god.
So you came here to Piana to enter the tournament?
That's right. You know about the Saint of the Single Flower, don't you?
Of course. Every single person in the country learns that story.
A young maid, too?
Oh yes, even a maid. A millennium ago, a terrible demon appeared on this continent. It was called the Demon God, and it quickly began attacking people. Everywhere it went, it would kill, and then split its enormous body, creating new demons called fiends that left nothing but death and destruction behind them. The armies of the Eternal Empire Rohane were all defeated as the attacks continued. The Empire was destroyed, the royal family slain, towns and villages burned off the map. Surrounded by the devastation, the people despaired and accepted their fate. Then suddenly, a saint appeared before their eyes. They saw her bearing a blossom, so they called her the Saint of the Single Flower. And when she appeared, there was a prolonged battle. The saint drove the demon god to the continent's west edge, where she at long last defeated him. But upon her return, she said, "The demon god is not dead. Someday it will awaken from its slumber and turn this world into a living hell. And then she prophesied, when the demon god finally awakens, 6 heroes will appear, bearing my power within them. And with that power, they will drive the demon god back into slumber, restoring peace to the world.
To bear the battle's weight, those wishing to be chosen as heroes must prove their might in the temples of the Goddess of Fate, built by the Saint of the Single Flower. After proving their strength and honor by their victories, a special mark of 6 flower petals will appear on their bodies.
And so, because of that, the people call them the Braves of the 6 Flowers. 700 years ago, they came. That was the first time in history that the 6 Braves came to us. The Hero King Volmer, the Bow Saint Bana, the Fire Saint Pulka, the Ice Saint Sunimur, the Sun Saint Emi, and the nameless warrior Anji. Then the Demon King Zofrare appeared at the demon god's side. At long last, the heroes succeeded in delaying Zofrare and defeating the demon god. And then, 300 years ago, the 6 Braves appeared again, rising to challenge the demon god. The Blade Saint Mari, the Time Saint Hayuha, the Lightning Saint Melrania, the Sword Saint Bodol, the Wind Saint Roy, and the Salt Saint Manyakam. Though some of their number were lost in battle, they were successful in sealing the demon god in.
It's been 300 years since their last revival. And in the last 10 years, many fiends have come out of hiding and appeared on the continent.
A crack has appeared in the prophecy jewel, and the crystal that tells of demons is cloudy. I believe the demon god will likely revive within a year.
And that means it won't be long at all before I'm chosen to be one of the 6 Braves. Then I'll put the demon god in his place.
Do you know the knight Matora Wichita of the Yellow Fruits country?
Yeah, in name at least. He's a young genius knight. He's the best in the world with a bow.
Fudelka of the Golden Sands, and Dasare, the Saint of Ice.
Something happened to them?
They were killed.
Fiends?
Probably.
They're killing potential Braves before the demon god's revival. But that's not possible. There's no way the fiends should have been able to kill them that easily.
You should stay here and rest until your wounds heal. This prison's heavily guarded, so don't get any ideas.
Oh, I'm sure it is if even a maid can sneak in.
I'm sorry. I really should go before they get mad. Well, they're sure to be pretty mad at me anyway, but they could be even madder.
If you see the princess, give her a message. You're sure to be chosen as one of the 6 Braves. I look forward to the day we fight together side by side, okay? Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing, so don't worry. I'll tell her.
Whatever.
You're strong, but your brains are really not there.
Something's killing the Braves. Apples?
Adlet Meyer, you are sentenced to imprisonment. The length is indefinite.
Am I supposed to protect myself with this thing? Maybe it's time to escape now. What do I think?
What's that voice? Fiends are on the way!
Look at the sky!
Is it the sun rising?
No, look there! It's coming from the direction of Gwenbyre!
And the land of howling demons. This is not at all good.
Your Highness!
The demon god is coming.
The crest of 6 flowers? No. It's small, so what gives? Probably just seeing things. Yep. Yeah. Hey, you! Anyone here? Listen, I'm one of the Braves of the 6 Flowers!
Highness, why are you here?
Batual, I'm in a hurry. Don't bother me, please. Allow me to introduce myself. Nashatanya Lue Piana Agustra. The Crown Princess of Piana, and the current generation Saint of Blades. And like you, I am chosen as one of the 6 Braves.
Well, I'm Adlet Meyer, Princess. Strongest man in the world.
Impossible!
Well then... get going. I shall accompany you. Our time is limited.
Okay.
Goodbye. This way.
Oh, you're well prepared, aren't you?
Yes.
Princess! You haven't had your audience with His Highness! Or set up the embarkation! Princess!
Good horses!
They couldn't catch us, not even if they tried. Shall we head west?
First, we should head to my hideout. Then we need to go to Gwenbyre, the country of Iron Hills. The peninsula at its far end is...
The land of howling demons.
The rule is that those chosen as the 6 Braves gather at the entrance to the land of howling demons.
And that's where we'll meet them.
Yeah, I can hardly wait. This is gonna be great.
Yes.
Let's go.
Do you think they've stopped following us yet?
They've probably given up, honestly. We'll be out of Piena and into Fandine soon. Yeah!
Whoa! It's so pretty!
Yeah, it is. Is this the first time you've seen an orchard?
Yes! I grabbed one!
Are you kidding?
That's good! Thanks for having that!
Is this really that much fun?
Yes! When I was still a child, I was certain that fruit grew on plates, and I knew nothing of farms and fruit trees.
Huh? As expected, Piena Princess.
Huh? Are those carrots?
Wait, you eat carrots raw too? What a pain.
Amazing, right? And this is something else I can do.
You use the power of a god for that?
Hey, Adlet. Does this mean you've never met a saint before?
Oh, sure I have, of course. There was one I used to know. I always thought she was such a weirdo because she wasn't at all happy she'd become a saint.
Even though she'd been chosen to inherit the power of a god?
Well, there are plenty of others that really want it, but can't have it.
Does that include you?
What are you saying? Why would the strongest man in the entire world be jealous of any saints? Anyway, the only ones who can ever become saints are women. Maybe God just likes women more than he likes men.
Well, in that case, I promise I'll make good use of the powers I've been granted. Sort of like this, Adlet.
What in the hell? What are you doing?
Stop! Just dodge them. Should be easy for you.
Hey, knock it off!
I'm sorry. I got too involved.
You sure did.
Are you angry with me?
You bet I am. Completely.
I do apologize. The thing is, I just sort of do things. The maids get mad at me all the time. My father ignores me as well. Is a girl like me destined to be a bother to everyone no matter where she goes?
Well, no. I'm sure you're not.
Did you really think I was feeling sad just now? You actually bought that, Adlet? Don't worry, I am not that easy a target, I promise you that. Huh? Don't be mad at me, come on. I was only playing with you.
Yeah, no kidding.
I've got a calm disposition normally. I'm just acting silly because I'm having fun.
Look, we left our lives behind to fight the demon god. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. I'll calm down pretty soon. It's just that all of this is totally new. The problem is I can't seem to contain myself.
What do you mean? What's new?
Traveling and spending time with someone like you, of course. Years ago, there was a terrible civil war in Piena. Did you know that?
I was in the mountains, spending my time training.
Everyone blamed my father for having caused that war. So now he's just a puppet stripped of his power.
I guess the Prime Minister holds all the power?
Yes. My mother and older brother are gone now, and I'm the only royal family member left. I know that I've got a few distant relatives in other countries, but there's a problem.
They don't want an outsider who could spark another civil war, right?
Someone I can talk to on equal terms. Someone I know I can honestly tell what I'm thinking and feeling. You're the very first one, Adlet.
Just so we're clear, I'm only treating you as an equal because we're both braves.
That's good enough for me. All I need...
It's cold at night. Use that when you sleep.
Okay.
We'll be sleeping outdoors every now and then. Suppose a princess like you probably isn't used to the hard ground.
Oh, don't worry. I'm okay with it. During the Civil War, my own father ordered my execution. But that was well before I became the Saint of Blades. I was forced into hiding for a really long time. Back then, all I dreamed of was a night where the entire world was at peace. And I could sleep without having to fear death. If I could take away everyone's fears and bring ease to their hearts like that, it wouldn't bother me how often I would sleep on the hard ground. I can do that much.
We leave early tomorrow. Get some sleep, okay?
Right.
You got up early.
Hey, good morning. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
It's such a peaceful and quiet place. Even though the demon god has already awakened.
It'll only stop being peaceful if we should lose this fight.
That makes sense. Let's do our best.
Yeah.
Six months ago, Goldov left on a journey to find the Brave Killer.
Goldov Aora. Isn't he the leader of Piena's Blackhorn Knights?
The last message we got from him read only, "No clues." In the past 6 weeks, there's been no word from him.
The killer might have gotten him.
Not possible. Goldov is the strongest knight in our army.
But during last year's tournament, I recall he was taken out in the final round. You brought him down and won the fight.
He went easy on me in the final seconds of combat. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. So I made him promise that he would live until I prove myself and atone for that humiliation. No, he won't die on me. He cannot die. Hopefully.
I can't tell if you have any faith in the guy or not.
That's so unfair. He's extraordinarily strong and I trust him. But he's only gonna be 16 this year and that's way too young.
Well, we're only 18. It's not like we can cast any aspersions. Have other victims been reported?
I don't think so. Maybe?
You sure of anything?
Something else happened about a month ago. The Sun Saint Ryura vanished without any warning.
Ryura? The Ryura? I heard in her youth she destroyed an enemy castle with scorching heat rays that came down from the sky.
Yes, Ryura is endowed with great power. There is no question of that.
But now, well, she's too old to be a potential brave. The Brave Killer wouldn't be coming after her.
So you see what we're dealing with. I'm not sure if reporting it is the idea that's best.
Doesn't matter. We'll get this Brave Killer eventually.
Eventually?
We'll fight them sooner or later. No question on that. Once we're over this bridge, we'll be in Gwenvire, the country of Iron Hills.
And then beyond that, howling demons.
Let's hurry up. It took 10 days for us to get here.
Yes.
They're gonna make their moves soon.
Huh?
For sure they'll want to knock us out before we meet with any of the other Braves. One of the last 6 was killed that way.
You know a lot about it.
My master drilled into me everything there is to know about fiends. Their species, life cycles, weak points, even their probable actions. Listen, Nashatanya. Nashatanya!
Yes?
What's up? A little nervous?
No.
Calm down. Otherwise, you'll be useless when the battle really starts.
Yes, you're right. So far, we haven't encountered any fiends. I'm not...
Just laugh.
Huh?
Yeah, you heard me. Chuckle a little bit.
That's impossible. My hands just won't stop shaking. I couldn't laugh. No way.
Have you calmed down?
Yes.
Good. That's the very first thing my master taught me. Laugh at danger.
You must have had a teacher of some ability.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh. What's the matter?
We tried to run! We tried before the fiends came!
Fiends came and attacked us while we were running away. We left our friends and younger child behind.
Nashatanya, come on!
Right.
Is it a trap? It's possible that we're the ones targeted here. But we don't have a choice. The strongest man in the whole world won't leave villagers to a fate like that! All right, let's go, Nashatanya!
Yes!
I'll slow them down. Then you finish them off! Good job!
Whoa, I'm impressed. He's really summoning the fiends by using a flute?
Yeah, that was perfect! Hey, hard to believe this was your first fight.
No, it was thanks to you, Adlet. That was my first time, so you sent me to the back, right?
Simply sending you to the right spot.
Yes. As we go on, I'll try to be useful as well.
I'm counting on you, Princess.
Right.
Is there anyone else who failed to make it out, ma'am? Someone was left behind.
Yes, a traveling girl stayed in our village by herself.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get a girl who was left back in the village. Stay here and protect these people.
Then we won't make it. After all, there's only the two of us. And in the end, some people are still gonna die. I'm sorry, but we really need to keep moving.
We defeat the demon god, or we save the people. I know that doing both seems impossible to you.
It hurts me to say it. The truth is that right now our job is to find the other Braves as soon as possible and defeat the demon god.
I understand. I'm going! Don't worry! I'm the strongest man in the whole world!
What? What does that mean?
Stop the demon god, and rescue the people. Doing both is just what makes me the strongest man in the whole world.
Damn, there's more of them!
That thing's huge. Huh? What's that? Whoa, an iron ball. Bullet crossbow? Gunpowder. No way. That traveling girl wasn't left behind.
Please don't worry. I found them.
Huh.
Fiends are only dangerous to humans. Go and live in peace. And... you are?
You, like dogs?
I do like dogs. I don't much like humans, though.
I kinda like them both. Oh.
Who are you? If you came here to take my life, you won't succeed.
Don't shoot! Adlet Meyer, I'm a good guy! See, I'm one of the 6 Braves, just like you.
I see. My name is Flamey Speeddraw.
So, Flamey, would you consider putting that thing down?
No way.
Hey! Not good!
Answer my question. Have you come here to kill me, or not?
I said the 2 of us are Braves!
That's why I ask. So... Not him.
I, Goldov Aura, while delayed, come to the aid of the Princess Nashatanya, as my duty dictates.
Of course you do. If I was chosen as a brave, there's no way that you could not also be, right?
I am honored beyond words. And I shall protect you, Your Highness. If need be, I shall lay down my life.
Goldov, look.
Your Highness.
We're both Braves of the 6 Flowers. We're equals, comrades. So from now on, we protect each other.
But my princess, you are special. Not the slightest danger can be allowed to befall you.
All right, I get it now. You're correct. By the way, Goldov, what developments can you report?
I have not found her yet, but I have found a critical clue to her identity. I now know the name and appearance of the Brave Killer.
That's excellent work. Share it right now.
The Brave Killer is a white-haired girl with a gun. And her name is Flamey.
Tell me, Goldov, do you have any developments to report?
I have not found her yet. The Brave Killer is a white-haired girl with a gun. And her name
Not
is
good.
Flamey.
Adletmire. We've never met, but I've heard your name before. The cowardly warrior from the tournament earlier. You are a scumbag known to all contestants.
Hold up. I'm the strongest man in the whole world. Using all the tools I have to win isn't spineless. I'm most certainly not a coward. A coward couldn't call himself the strongest man. So don't point your gun at me.
Where are your companions?
Around here somewhere is Nasha Tanya. She's the princess of Piena as well as the Blade Saint.
Oh. Tell Nasha Tanya and anyone you meet along the way. My name is Flamey Speeddraw, the Saint of Gunpowder.
Gunpowder Saint?
Don't expect me to go with you. I will fight against and defeat the demon god on my own. Leave me alone, and I'll stay out of your way. Do not interfere. Say those exact words. You have the skills to do that, don't you?
Huh? What are you talking about? Come back! Wait a minute! Damn it all. Where are you, Flamey? That grass. This way. Yeah, you're mine. Over there, huh? Damn it. She really knows how to take off. What's this girl's problem? Gotcha, Flamey.
He's closing in. How could he, from that distance?
That is enough!
Wait. How were you able to catch up? Why did you come here?
I don't know.
If you follow me any further, I'll shoot you.
Knock it off, you idiot! Look, the demon god isn't gonna be killed like that! If the six of us don't work together, we're gonna lose! Then humanity will have had it!
If you're asking for proof I can do this by myself, I'll let you have it.
Why are you going it alone? Why don't you want to meet the others as well?
If I do, I'll be killed. That is certainty, not fear.
Not at all. You'd be among allies there. What's the reason the Six Braves would try that?
The options are... hear the reason, we kill each other. Or don't hear it, we kill each other. Or... turn and walk away for good. If I tell you the reason, you will try to kill me. I'll fight the demon god on my own. You can do whatever you want to do. But I never want to see you again.
All right. I am doing just what I want to do.
Are you mocking me? Or just a fool?
I'm gonna go with you.
Huh?
You'd better kill me in one shot. Or I'm running off with all your stuff, and I promise I'll get away with it.
Hand them over now.
My master taught me everything you need to know about using guns. Their biggest weakness is that you can't use them without bullets or gunpowder. Right. If you try to steal them back, I'll chase you again. You know you can't escape, don't you? I don't know your situation, but you're going to the land of howling demons, where the demon god and its fiends wait. And you say that you'll be killed if the other Braves see you.
What of it?
The strongest man in the whole world isn't the type to leave a friend hanging when they're in trouble. So, I've decided to save you, no matter what it's gonna take.
Knock it off right now.
Don't whine. Come on, let's go.
I don't believe this guy. What is he after? Who is he? What is he? Goldov, look! There! Send it back to me!
You're not injured, are you, my princess?
All good.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good boy.
Hey, what's that?
A note.
Nashitanya, I saw another of the 6 Braves. I'm going after her. Forget about me. Head to our destination.
Do you know who it's from, Highness?
Adlet Meyer, I assume.
I know that name.
The tournament. Guess you heard what went on. Hey, don't make that face. He's someone you can count on.
After abandoning you and running off? I'm sure.
Which way did he go? I worry about him a lot. Hope he's all right.
Rainhawk told me everything. Not only did he behave in a cowardly manner at the tournament, he deceived and kidnapped you, princess.
Adlet is a good person, Goldov. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get along just great. I'm so happy that I left the palace for this adventure. If I had stayed, I don't think I would ever have met anyone as interesting and mysterious as Adlet is.
Of course, princess.
And there's one more thing. He's such an easy target to tease.
I'm sorry, princess, but
What is it?
do you and Adlet, do the two of you have a...
What'd you just say? I can't hear. Talk louder. It's not that long since I saw you last, but I think you've gone through some changes.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. Please forget I said anything.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm very serious about protecting you. Do you understand me? Like it or not, you're one of us, and the 6 Braves should stick together.
Shut up and keep walking. You're getting on my nerves. How did this come about?
You know, my master said guns were invented about 30 years ago, when someone got the idea to make a miniaturized cannon. But they took forever to load, and hit about as hard as a baby. And apparently, you can't use them against fiends. But your gun there has taken out a lot of fiends, hasn't it? Either someone finally made a gun that can defeat fiends, or that's what makes you the Saint of Gunpowder. I have to say, that's a new one on me. Saint of Gunpowder? Where's your temple? If you have any extra, I could use some for my explosives. Are you ever gonna answer? I'm starting to think that this is personal.
You know, you are pushy and you're rash. A fool with no self-control. If you're worried about Nashitanya, why not go back?
No need. I'm not even that concerned for her, honestly. At least not when it's compared to my concern for you.
I didn't think Nashitanya would be chosen as one of the six. You and her can't expect too much of this generation's braves.
Yeah, hey, come on, that's not fair. Nashitanya is green and inexperienced, but she's a true warrior.
You arrogant... She's green and inexperienced?
Compared to me, the strongest man in the whole world, that goes for everyone, okay? You know you can always rely on the world's strongest man, right?
You're a lost cause. I have a request of you.
And what's that?
Eventually, you and I will try to kill each other. When you do, just go easy on me, will you? Cut into me if you really think you have to, but don't finish me off totally.
What kind of request is that? Let's try that one again, and this time, ask if we can fight together as braves.
I thought even a fool like you would listen to a small request like that. I can't die until I defeat the demon god with my own hands.
The land of howling demons. Where the continent and peninsula collide. That's where we all meet up.
You and the others perhaps, but not me.
Look at that color. That's the demon god's poison, huh?
Any human who touches it dies within a day. The six braves are protected by fate's blessing, so they can negate its effects and pass through unimpeded.
I know. If it weren't for that, we could just march an army in and be over and done. That fortress there. I'm worried about it. Let's go. Come on, hurry it up! Why did it suddenly get so damn hot here? Tell me, is this area supposed to have weather like this? Do you know anything?
If any of the other braves are inside, I'll run.
Understood. Hey! Are any of the six braves inside of that gate?
Who goes there?
Hey, I'm Adlet Meyer. Six braves guy.
Afraid you missed them. The other braves all arrived 2 days ago and left before you got here.
So you're safe.
Brave of the Six Flowers, you are most welcome here. Is this your traveling companion?
Oh no. She's another brave.
That's even better. Private First Class Lauren of the Gwenbyre Army. Pleased to see you here today. I'm in command of this fortress.
Oh, you are?
Yes. They're dead. All of them. The general, the captains. Only a few other soldiers and I survived the attack. We have something here that's necessary to protect at all costs. Even if it means our very lives, we must not falter.
A thing you have to protect.
That's right. The King of Gwenbyre, in his wisdom, prepared something for the Six Braves in the event of the demon god's revival. Most of the fiends have come to this continent in order to fight the Six Braves before they can reach him. Possibly you may have already fought some as well. After all, their goal is to wipe you out. You'll be seeing a lot of them. This may interest you.
No kidding.
Come, it's this way. Over here. The king secretly developed a method to seal off the peninsula after the Six Braves enter the land of howling demons. With the power of the Fog and Illusion Saints, as well as the Salt Saint, he erected a powerful barrier. It sealed the fiends in the forest, trapping them as long as needed. Its name is the Phantasmal Barrier,
The Phantasmal Barrier.
Let me give you more detail. Fiends cannot cross the water. Once we seal this circle, many of the fiends will be trapped in here. Fewer to fight means a smoother journey for you. Once it has been set to go, the area will be shrouded in fog. It will be impossible to enter or leave the fog after that. There is a temple here that's required to activate the barrier. It's surrounded by defensive walls crafted by the Saint of Salt. The fiends will be unable to destroy it. The Saint of Mountains, Mora, is standing by there until it's time to make our move.
Mora? The All-Heavens Temple Priestess was picked as a brave too?
Yes. She visited this fortress 2 days ago with the others. Once all have gathered, Mora is going to inform us so we are aware. When the signal is confirmed, we will then head to the temple and activate the barrier. But if the fiends can defeat us here, before the 6 Braves can gather, we'll send a signal instead. One of you must go to the temple and activate the barrier.
So, one brave won't be able to enter the land of howling demons with the rest. But I'm guessing Mora decided in the end that was an acceptable loss.
Yes. Please look at this. This is a replica, but in the temple there is an identical altar. To activate the barrier, simply place the sword into the slot, put your hand on the slate, and say "Rise, Fog," very clearly.
Simple enough, considering its size. Rise, Fog, said just like that. Okay, I think I got it. Activating the barrier is gonna be your job. Counting on you to get through things.
Of course. I'm prepared to execute my mission even at the cost of my life.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep going, you should reach the rendezvous point in 3 hours.
This is a problem. Mora's waiting at the entrance to the land of howling demons. By now, Nasha Tanya might be there too. It's going to be pretty hard to get past them without being noticed.
Don't talk to me. I'm thinking.
So, for now, how about just meeting them?
If that's a joke, it isn't funny. If we should cross paths, we will try to kill each other.
Well, you don't know that. We didn't.
The only reason for that is you're weirdo.
Is that an insult of sorts or a compliment? We were the only 6 heroes chosen by the Goddess of Fate. We should be able to work together to defeat the Demon God.
I guarantee that will never happen.
Don't worry about it, huh? If any of us do start fighting, I'll make sure you're safe.
Adlet.
Huh?
You know what? You are a very kind person, aren't you?
Nah.
So don't point your kindness at me.
Uh-huh.
Because it makes me want to kill you.
What do you mean? Nashitanya!
Adlet, look out! She's dangerous! Get away from her!
Stop! Wait! Flamey, don't do it! Stop now! Nashitanya!
Adlet, why are you surprised? I did tell you. When we met, we would try to kill each other. Adlet, don't you point your kindness at me. Because it makes me want to kill you.
What do you mean?
Aslet, look out! She's dangerous! Get away from her!
Wait! Flamey, don't do it! Stop now! Nashitanya!
Adlet, why are you surprised? I did tell you. When we met, we would try to kill each other.
Just what the hell is going on?
Move, Adlet. Now!
No, don't shoot!
What are you...
Stop it, all of you! She is not your enemy. She's one of the 6 Braves.
Huh? What'd you just say?
Do you see that? Like I said, one of us. Not our enemy.
The mark is there.
It's the Brave's crest.
Why did you immediately attack her? Flamey is one of us.
You really think she's on our side, Adlet? That girl right there is the Brave Killer. Goldoff figured everything out, and I trust him.
They're right, both of them. Matora Wichita, Fudaka Hori, Asure Yara. I killed each and every one of them, along with other warriors who had enough potential to become Braves. Goldoff and Nashitanya, they were both potential targets as well. But you never even made it to my list.
And Ryora, too? Did you kill the Saint of the Sun, Flamey?
Ryora? No, I didn't do that. Though she was on the list of potential targets.
Stop, Adlet. Don't believe a word she says.
Why would you want to kill the potential Braves?
I want to bring back the Demon God. If I could eliminate the strongest warriors, then only the weak would remain to be chosen to fight against him.
You understand now, right, Adlet? That woman is our enemy there.
Why would you?
No matter how powerful, no one working so hard to revive the Demon God could possibly be chosen as one of the 6 Braves.
But you heard what she said.
She may have killed them, yeah. What do you say? I bet right now, you're not planning to help bring the Demon God back. So am I right? I know you have a reason. You do, don't you? Some reason to fight the Demon God you were trying to revive.
That's right.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do! I know this. Her desire to defeat the Demon God is real. Even if she was once an enemy of the Braves, she's definitely on our side now.
But you can't.
If you insist on continuing this, I'll have to side with Flamey.
Then I'll trust you. Are you happy, Adlet?
Highness?
You're not giving me a choice in this situation. Okay, Goldoff, we're going to cooperate and do as Adlet says. But you had better be careful, because I know how much you tend to believe in others.
Don't worry about it. I'm the strongest man in the whole world, right? They're not gonna kill you now. So you might want to lower your gun too, huh?
Well, for now, they might not.
Flamey, just so we're clear on this, I haven't decided whether I'm going to trust you. I'm only putting my trust in Adlet.
You're placing your life in the hands of this man? You are a naive little girl.
Well, I see you have a map of Gwenbyre too.
I've traveled far and wide, searching for the Brave Killer.
And our horses?
I'm afraid they were lost during our last fight with the Fiends.
So did you talk with Lauren too?
Just a little while ago. Probably pretty soon after you did.
I guess it's settled. Mora, the Saint of Mountains, will be waiting at the rendezvous point. We should head there first.
No objection here.
Fine with me.
Flamey.
Yes, I'll go.
Hey, come on, I saved your life back there. I think maybe you could afford to thank me a little?
There's no reason for gratitude.
It looks like you've gotten kinda close to her in only 12 hours. Adlet, is Flamey such a delicate and pretty little thing that you feel like you should protect her? Don't worry, that's fine. Men really seem to like girls like her. Fragile and helpless, and then you get to be the big, strong hero, right?
Hey. So, I'm the strongest man in the whole world. The name's Adlet Meyer. Look, I get that I've kept you away from your mission. And I realize that you might not like it. But keep it to yourself, okay?
Hold it, Adlet. Just how did you win her over?
What was that? You're worried about how I'm getting along with the princess?
No, I'm not concerned.
Hey man, don't worry. I can tell you right now that it's not what you're thinking, okay? We talked about many things on our way here. The princess relies on you and trusts you a lot. Since it's your job to keep her safe and...
Naturally. I am the only one who is able to.
Yeah, right. Birds, I guess. I was wrong. Those are fiends in the air! Not good. They're carrying bombs! The Phantasmal Barrier's temple shouldn't be too much further along. Let's get moving!
Well, you're the Saint of Gunpowder, aren't you? Are you supplying them with their explosives?
Why would you ask that?
These freaks know we're trying to get to the temple.
Then we'll break through. Get ready!
Stay close.
They here surround.
There's no end to them!
Adlet, go now! And don't stop until you reach the temple! We'll make sure nothing's going to follow.
Right! Naturally is the strongest man in the whole world! It's my job to save us when things get bad!
Could you forget about that for even 1 second?
Is this it? There doesn't seem to be a scratch on it, even after all that bombing. What's wrong? Are you all right? Let me help you!
You have to hurry. Quickly, you must go into the temple. There's no time. Don't worry, it's all right. I'm fine. Please go now.
Okay. Wait here. Damn it. Do you have the key? No one said it would be locked. That's not right. Who was it? Who activated the barrier? Who did it?
Atlas? Hope you can explain what happened. Why did you activate the barrier so soon?
It wasn't me! It was someone else who activated the barrier, and then they just vanished!
That means the four of us are...
sealed in for good.
Look, the sword's been placed in the dais! The barrier's been activated just like Private Lauren said needed to happen. I can't believe it. Who did this?
Hey, I don't have the slightest idea. I'm still trying to figure it out.
That's enough. I'm turning off the barrier. Excuse me.
The fog isn't going away.
Let me see that. The last Saint of Salt who was a brave made a barrier very similar to this one.
The last one?
Oh yeah. Manyakam saw that the enemy had been destroyed once and for all. So he pulled out the sword and used it to cut his hand. As blood dripped to the ground, he said, "Release the barrier!"
The fog is still not lifting.
Damn it!
No way! Then we can't leave? The world is lost! Now release the barrier! Release it, I command you! You have to stop!
Not a thing is happening.
Your Highness!
I will be the mistress of the barrier!
Get it together. There's no point to this random flailing.
Yes, you're right, of course. Please forgive me.
So loud. What's all this fuss about? Oh! You're the big guy from before! Oh, and you're the Princess of Piana, right? You were chosen as one of the 6? A guy with a weird belt.
Who are you?
It's nice to meet you. I'm the Saint of Swamps, Chamot Rosso.
Huh?
Chamot was chosen to be one of the 6 Braves.
Come on, Chamot Rosso was a little kid? You've got to be kidding.
Who are you?
You're looking at the strongest man in the whole world. The name is Adlet Meyer. Just like you, Chamot. I'm one of the 6 Braves as well.
You mean Chamot? I am the strongest in the whole world.
Yeah, I've heard you're strong as well. For your generation, they said you were the strongest in history, at least after the Saint of a Single Flower. But that's not true anymore, 'cause now the strongest one in the whole world is me.
Oh, now I get it. You're an idiot, aren't you? Okay. Let's start by killing Flamey Speedrod.
Hold it, Flamey!
Don't be so hasty, Chamot.
Why are you getting in the way, Princess?
Hey, what the hell are you thinking, kid? Flamey is one of us.
That's a strange thing to say. Flamey is the brave killer.
You seem to be having a disagreement.
Oba, how's it going?
It's been a while, Chamot, and Princess Nashatanya. And I'm guessing the tall, silent one is Goldov. So did I get everyone? I am Mora Chester, the Saint of Mountains, and the leader of All Heaven's Temple. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chamot, is this really necessary? We've been over this.
It isn't Chamot's fault, old lady.
I'll listen to what you have to say later. For now, stay quiet.
Okay.
Listen. It would appear that we have an outsider among us.
What do you mean by that?
Seems like lots of people here. Could this be everyone? It's about time. Yeah, so many pretty girls in the Braves this go around. Makes me want to work real hard.
I only met him yesterday. This is Hans Humpty. He's one of the 6 Braves.
Meow!
See what I mean? One of us doesn't belong here.
Display your crest of 6 flowers, everyone.
There's 7 of us?
Long ago, the Saint of the Single Flower split her power into 6 pieces for those to follow. Every brave bears 1 piece of that flower. Thus, there are 6 braves. Never 5 or fewer, and certainly never 7.
Is it even possible for 7 braves to be chosen?
No, it's not. 7 braves of the 6 flowers?
Maybe the Goddess of Fate thought 6 wasn't enough, and added another brave this time around.
Of course not.
And yet, there's 7 of us here.
What's so funny?
Oh, no need to work your brain so hard. What it means is that somebody here is a big old fake.
But why is one of us a fake? I don't get it.
There's this fake who won't admit it. If not an enemy, what pray tell would they be? Nothing else is possible.
Yes. That's the most logical explanation. One of us is an enemy. Display your crest of 6 flowers, everyone.
There's 7 of us?
Long ago, the Saint of the Single Flower split her power into 6 pieces for those to follow. Every brave bears 1 piece of that flower.
What it means is that somebody here is a big old fake. If not an enemy, what, pray tell, would they be?
One of us is an enemy. Earlier today, we were attacked here. Afterward, I went on to the temple.
Yeah. Look, it's a puppet.
Come on. Hans, I never heard your name before we met in the temple earlier. Where are you from, anyway?
Well, others shouldn't know too much.
What do you mean by that? The barrier's active, no doubt about it.
Welcome back, guys. How did it go?
I think we'll have to shut down the barrier ourselves.
I see.
Flamey, you alright?
I don't need your sympathy.
Mora, how are things looking to you now?
The Book of Divine Words says nothing of how to disable the barrier.
Well, that sucks, doesn't it?
But I do know that there are 2 ways. First of all, the one who activated the barrier can also deactivate it. Second, if they die, the barrier is disabled and we can leave the temple. Neither human nor fiend can penetrate the barrier.
Can it be activated from outside?
Impossible.
So only a human could have been responsible for this?
Yes, only a human.
So, Mora, what you're saying is that one of us is a traitor and has gone over to the demon god.
Everyone, I'm telling you that it's Flamey. If we kill her, the barrier will disappear and everything will be fine.
No way. She's one of us and you're not gonna hurt her, you got that?
You're a big pain, you know.
Hold on, Chamo.
Huh?
Let's introduce ourselves to each other first. To be honest, there are still some names I can't match to faces.
Meow, you're bad at remembering things.
All right, if I must.
Let's tell each other what we've been doing until now.
Why would we do that?
It could give us a clue. Something to help us find the imposter, that 7th brave who should not exist.
Adlet?
I'll go ahead and start. I'm Adlet Meyer of the 6 Braves. I'm the strongest man in the whole world. I'm 18 years old, and from Wuro, the nation of the White Lakes. When I was little, I lost my family. And all by himself, the world's strongest man, me, headed here to this temple.
Strongest in the world, strongest in the world. Do you really have to keep repeating that to us?
Why is it you think describing yourself that way is helpful?
I guess this guy must think he's stronger than Chamot, huh?
It's the strongest in the world. No doubt I am the strongest in the world. In other words, that's totally me.
An idiot! He's such a huge one.
Well, someone really strange was selected as a brave.
Now, do you want to hear what happened when the barrier activated?
No, tell us later. Who's going to go next?
I don't mind being next.
I'd like to take my time listening to the bunny girl.
You, Hans, was it? This is the Crown Princess of Pienna. Normally, someone like you could not even approach her.
Yeah? Well, now I'm even more interested.
Nashitania, why don't you go?
Okay. I'm Nashitania Lue Piana Agustra, the Crown Princess of Piana, and also the Saint of Blades.
Nashitania was the first brave I met. Looking back, it was a strange meeting.
So after some terrible fighting, Goldoff, Flamey, and I finally defeated the fiends and headed for the temple. When we arrived, we found that the barrier had already been activated, and the entire area was surrounded by a thick fog.
You're up next, Goldoff.
Goldoff, huh? I can't imagine such a loyal man betraying the princess, but...
Goldoff Aora, the leader of Piana's Blackhorn Knights. I was carrying out a mission to find the Brave Killer. At the time that I acquired the crest, I was in the country of Holy Rivers. After rejoining the princess, we were on our way to meet the other braves at the fortress when we heard about the temple barrier here. After leaving the fortress to come here, we encountered Adlet and Flamey along the way. The rest is as Adlet and the princess have said.
I'm not at all happy to hear that braves are fighting among themselves. More on that later, but for now I'll go. My name is Mora Chester. I'm the leader of All Heaven's Temple and Saint of Mountains.
You mean the temple that supervises all the saints?
We only watch them to ensure that their powers are not misused. And yes, I've memorized every single name, face, and ability of all 78 saints.
When we become saints, the rule is that we go and greet Mora immediately so she can learn all she needs to know about us.
Okay, do you know Flamey?
Actually, I don't. The most likely explanation is that she's a newly created saint. But that hasn't happened for a century or so. Returning to the point. 10 years ago, I replaced the Sun Saint Riora. Since then, there have been no major problems. Though it's been a bit difficult to keep Chamo under control.
Aww.
When the demon god awoke, I was in the country of Red Peaks. When I heard of the phantasmal barrier at the fortress, I left at once. 2 days ago, I decided on a plan. I was waiting at the rendezvous point when Hans arrived by himself yesterday. Then I ran directly here when I saw the explosion.
Wait a minute, someone with your powers didn't know about the barrier?
Of course I heard of it, but was not aware of specifics. If I'd known this would happen, I'd have taken far more care when talking with all of the saints involved. Now, Chamo, your turn.
I'm Chamo. I'm the Saint of Swamps. Only 14, but I'm really strong. I became a saint when I was just 7 years of age. Chamo couldn't help it when she was a little too strong, so whenever I used my power, Mora would get mad at me. I entered a martial arts tournament in the Yellow Fruits country, but in the first round, I screwed up and killed my opponent.
That's a famous story that shows Chamo's strength. If it turns out that she's the 7th brave, we have a big problem.
My mom and dad got me ready for the long journey ahead, and I got a map, headed for the land of the Howling Demons, defeated some fiends on the way, and when I heard all the fuss and came here, this mysterious fog showed up out of nowhere. And when I came to the temple, Flamey was here. I was so surprised.
Wait, you know Flamey?
Yeah.
We've met. Chamo defeated me in single combat.
You mean that Chamo almost killed you?
Is she the one they all call the Brave Killer? I find that hard to credit.
Hans, get up there.
All right. My name is Hans Humpty.
Hans. He's definitely the most suspicious one in the group.
I'm employed as an assassin.
Assassin? A killer was chosen as a brave?
Anyone who can defeat the demon god can be chosen. Well, am I wrong?
How's that?
Turns out, Princess, that the world isn't as righteous a place as you think it is. A lot of so-called outstanding members in your government have asked me to assassinate someone before.
That's not true.
That's the truth. Moving on from now. When I was chosen to be a brave, I was pretty close to the land of howling demons. The first thing I did was meet with the king and negotiate how much he'd pay if I defeated the demon god. Kings are big spenders, you know, and I got a nice big advance for the job. I hid the money and came to the land of howling demons and met Mora.
You're in it for the profit?
I only kill if there's a paycheck in it. Hold on, you guys aren't working for free.
You mean the king didn't inform you of the barrier?
Well, he mentioned something about going to the fortress or temple, but I didn't think it mattered, so I just ignored him. Then Mora here said really nice things.
He met Mora without hearing about the phantasmal barrier? So why didn't the king tell him? That doesn't make sense.
Hey, you talk really weird. Why do you do that?
Yeah, now that's a good question, little one. My fighting style's based on cats, and I created it by imitating how cats move when they're hunting. You could even say that cats were my masters. So out of respect, I talk like they do in my day-to-day life.
Everyone in this group of Braves is weirder than the next.
You've got that right.
You should talk, strongest moron in the whole world.
I am not a moron!
Flamey, or whoever you are. Your turn to speak. It doesn't matter whether you want to talk. If you remain silent, it will only weaken your position.
How could things be any worse than they already are?
Hey, careful now.
Could you please remove the eye patch and covering from my head?
Is that... a horn?
I was born from the union of a fiend and a human being. "20 years ago, a group of fiends infiltrated the human world. Their goal was to create a pawn who could fight and defeat the Braves when the demon god was revived, and of course I was that pawn. My father was human. I don't know what he looked like or why he did this. Once my mother was pregnant, he was killed. I was born of a fiend mother. I was even raised by fiends. My mother's allies took humans to the land of howling demons to build a shrine to the god of gunpowder. That's where I took the mantle of the Saint of Gunpowder. I grew strong, as my mother hoped I would. And in accordance with her orders, I left the land of howling demons. My orders were to further the demon god's revival. I never had a second's doubt. Although I may have been born half-human, I consider myself to be all-fiend. I believed the demon god was a wonderful being who would protect and guide all of us.
Then why are you here? Why turn your back on the demon god?
Even if I told you, I don't think you'd believe me.
We certainly won't have the chance to decide if you don't tell us. Don't forget, you're the one under the most suspicion.
Wait, Mora! Didn't you say before that only a human could activate the barrier?
Yes, that is what I said.
Well, if that's the case then, wouldn't it be impossible for a half-fiend like Flamey to activate it?
No, moron. I think she could do it without any problems.
Yeah, why?
Did you know this temple has countermeasures that keep the fiends from getting inside?
The Saint of Salt's pillars, right?
Yet Flamey just waltzed in here with everyone else.
But that doesn't mean...
Yes, it does. She can do things impossible for a human and things that are impossible for a fiend. Right? Isn't that the reason you were created?
Yes, that is correct.
Flamey, don't!
There's no point in lying. But then again, I didn't activate the barrier. Why are you all so certain what Mara said is really true?
Why would I have lied?
From my perspective, you are simply another suspect. There's no guarantee that what anyone here says is true.
She's right. We knew who Mora was, so I never doubted her. But...
The commander at the fortress is the one who told me about the barrier.
I heard all about the barrier a long time ago.
You mustn't forget that someone's lying. Without the facts, we have no idea who it is.
So, any one of us could be the seventh.
Now, Chalmont thinks you're the most suspicious
If I'm not careful,
one.
they'll start to suspect me too. But now what's more important is dispelling the suspicion concerning Flamey.
I am not responsible for this. That is all I can say to you at this time.
You're all so stupid and really boring. Flamey is the 7th Brave, and she activated the barrier. No doubt about it. All we have to do is kill Flamey and we're free!
Alright, that's enough!
What? Do you think we should torture her then?
What torture?
Chamo, no!
Chalmont hasn't really tortured anyone, but she'd be good at it.
Don't waste your time. I don't think Flamey's the 7th. There's no point in hurting her.
What are you saying, Catboy? Chalmont is confused.
If she's the 7th, then why is Adlet still alive?
What?
Once we all gathered, it was clear that there was a fake in our midst. For the 7th, the worst possible situation. On the other hand, Flamey is known far and wide as the Brave Killer. She was putting herself in danger just by showing up.
I guess that makes sense.
The Fake would need to stop the 7 Braves from gathering, no matter what. And from what I've heard, she had plenty of chances to kill Adlet before the temple was reached.
Even though I'm stronger?
Plenty of chances.
Flamey!
Adlet had his back to me for nearly the entire time it took for us to get here.
Is that a fact?
You put yourself in front of the Brave Killer?
Yeah, I knew she wouldn't do anything to hurt me.
There you have it. Flamey didn't kill him, even though she had every opportunity. So if she is the 7th, what could she be trying to accomplish?
Good point. If she really is our enemy, that makes no sense.
That may be so, but can we really be sure?
That was close. But I never thought that my actions would be what cleared her.
Listen, I can still torture her, right?
No! Weren't you listening to me?
I'm getting sick of people treating me like a little kid. Chamot is one of the 6 Braves.
All right then. What do we do?
Princess!
Oh, I'm fine. I just got a little dizzy for a moment.
Don't push yourself. Rest now.
Right.
Adlet. In as much detail as possible, can you tell us what happened when the barrier activated?
I can try. There was a woman on the ground when I got to the temple. She was actually a monkey fiend passing as a human.
A mutating fiend? Perfect. If I make her talk.
Chamot killed it already. It ran toward me, so I got it out of the way.
And we lost our chance to get any information.
Fiends are surprisingly loyal creatures. They would never talk, even if you threatened them with death.
So I went up to the temple door as the monkey fiend instructed. It was locked, so I blew the door open. It was surprisingly easy.
And here I had the key the entire time. I'm sure Private Lauren never anticipated such bizarre circumstances.
Once the door was open, these weird things came out and attacked me.
Guards created by the Saint of Seals. They attack those who open the door and don't follow proper procedure.
At least now I know why they seem to have it in for me. It was really well protected, wasn't it?
The King of the Iron Hills is a very secretive man. He wanted to prevent misuse.
It's being misused right now, though.
What about after that?
Oh, yeah. When I opened the door, the barrier had already been activated. Matter of fact, I think it was activated almost immediately after. When I went inside, the sword was already embedded in the dais.
Is it at all possible the barrier had been activated before you opened the door, Adlet?
Probably. However, there was no sign of anyone. The temple had no one here when I arrived. Are you better now?
Yes. Sorry for making you worry like that. I hope you won't think I'm unreliable after what happened earlier. I merely got a little upset, that's all it was.
Yeah. Don't worry, I understand. It'd be more like you to play a trick than to be discouraged by something like this.
Really? What kind of a person do you think I am, anyway?
Adlet, sure you aren't misremembering anything?
I don't think so, why?
Because now's your chance to fix it. After this, there won't be any takebacks, so are you sure you've told us the complete truth?
Yes.
When you came inside, the sword was already in the dais. You're sure about that, right?
Yes, I just said I was! You want me to sing it for you?
I'm an assassin by trade. Basically, that means I'm skilled at sneaking in and out of places unnoticed.
Could we skip the obvious and get on with it?
The point is that people in my line of work fear the Saint of Seals more than anything else. The Saint made strange doors all over this temple to stop folks like me. Either they won't open, you're trapped once they close, or iron bars descend when you open them. They've caused me all kinds of trouble. I know a lot about the Seal Saint's doors.
Well, we're waiting. What? What is he thinking?
This door is particularly strange. It's incredibly strong, but once it opens, it won't close again no matter how hard one tries.
How's that possible?
I'm the one who should be asking you that, Adlet. It doesn't make any sense. When you came here, the door was shut, and the barrier activated around the same time you broke the door. How did the one who activated the barrier get inside the temple in the first place?
What do you mean? There must be all kinds of ways to get in here.
You're not listening. Before you destroyed the door, entering this temple was an utter impossibility. No way, none at all. It could not be done.
You can't seriously mean that Adlet...
Hold on! You know I wouldn't do that! How did they get in?
Adlet, you'd better think hard or you're gonna die here. Once the door's been opened, it will not close. And there are no other entrances. You might use fiends, but thanks to the Salt Saint's pillars, they couldn't approach the temple even if they wanted. We call this type of situation, in which you can't get in or out, a locked room. From what you've told us, there's only one person who could have started the barrier. Adlet Meyer. That person would be you.
Hold on! You know I wouldn't do that! How did they get in?
Adlet, you'd better think hard or you're gonna die here. Once the door's been opened, it will not close. There are no other entrances. And from what you've told us, there's only one person who could have started the barrier. Adlet Meyer. That person would be you.
Somehow, there's gotta be another way in. They could have dug a hole. Like, right here. Yeah, a hole into the room. Move a stone in the floor to sneak in, and then activate the barrier. That's it! When I destroyed the door, they escaped through the hole and filled it in. Could have happened that way.
Yeah, but how could they have done all that so fast?
Well, maybe one of the saints has that special ability.
Unfortunately, what you're talking about is not possible. Since the seal affects this entire building, your argument makes no sense.
The entire building?
The temple is set up in such a way that if someone breaks the seal anywhere in the building and enters, there's no way to hide that fact. Think of it this way. It's similar to sealing an envelope. No matter how securely sealed the flap is, it could still be torn open elsewhere, so that's essentially useless. And remember, this particular seal applies to the entire building. It's not just a matter of opening the door. That would break the seal. For example, if an attacker broke through the wall or ceiling, or came up through the floor, the seal would be breached, and could not then be restored.
So what about it? That only says I opened the door sometime after the intruder.
There is evidence to the contrary. The symbols inside their armor activate the guards. They would only attack the first person who came through the door wrongly. If someone had broken through the floor or wall before you got there, they would not have attacked you since the others were first.
There are other saints! They could have opened the door or entered the temple anywhere. There must be some saint with the power to do that!
No, there is not. There are one or two who might be able to force it open, but there is nobody with the power to restore it to the state it was in when built.
Then there must be a saint you don't know about. There could have been another saint like Flamey, who was raised elsewhere as a fiend.
There's not one. My mother always told me I was the only one arising from the union between a fiend and a human.
But what about if that wasn't even your mom at all? She could have been just another fiend saying that.
A normal fiend cannot bear a human child. It's impossible. After much planning and time spent, my mother was deliberately engineered for that unique ability. There are no others like her.
Now stop, Hans and Chamo! It's too early to judge him.
I don't understand any of this. What are you all trying to say?
I'll tell you, Princess. It's likely that Adlet here is the seventh.
That can't be! I don't believe it! Adlet's one person I know couldn't be against us.
Oh, yeah, but no one came into this area before he did, so can you explain what went on? Who exactly was it then that activated the barrier, since no one else was in before him?
There's no way it could be Adlet, so stop saying things like that!
I see you're quite the player, aren't you, Adlet? You'd better hurry and put an end to all of our doubts.
It's interesting how our positions have changed so fast.
What on earth are you talking about? A minute ago he was covering for you! I can't see why you won't try to assist him!
Well, I won't. And I'm not going to save him either.
Flamey, no!
Stop it, all of you! The one who did it opened the door and stepped inside. Then they quickly took the door off, and made a new one so they could seal the temple up once again. Then what they did next was hide inside out of sight. And later, when I arrived there at the front, that's when the barrier was activated. They opened the door to slip out. It would have been so easy for them to escape. Do you see now? They were able to get in and out.
Then you're saying the Saint of Seals is an accomplice in this?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
That was a good one. Except that the last Saint of Seals put up this building. The current one is quite inexperienced and wouldn't be able to make a seal as complicated as this one.
So what? It could have been the last Saint of Seals that made it.
But the last one died 4 years ago, so not likely. Nice try, though, Adlet.
You know you're the 7th! Admit it! Everything you're saying right now is just a lie!
I'm sorry to say he's right, Adlet. What Hans is telling us is the absolute truth.
They have to be lying. This doesn't make any kind of sense.
This is a trap. Those two are just trying to set me up. Believe me, Nasha Tanya.
Well, what do we do now? I think it's time we hear everyone's thoughts about this.
Thoughts about what?
Naturally, I think that Adlet has to be the one who's the culprit. So I say we should kill him right now.
Kill him? There is absolutely no way I'd ever agree with killing Adlet.
Princess, please try to settle down.
How can I calm down when you're just standing there? Why on earth aren't you doing something to try and help him?
Not why I'm here.
What about the rest of you?
Chamo doesn't get why she yells so much. Chamo thinks Flamey's interesting. But right now, I think that we should go ahead and torture Adlet.
From my viewpoint, I'd say Hans is the one who's correct. However, before we kill Adlet, we need more information. So, Flamey?
I don't have an opinion. You should all do whatever you wish to.
But Flamey...
Very well, then. It's your turn, Goldov.
Goldov, please tell me that you understand. Adlet is not our enemy here.
My princess. What I think is that... he dies!
Goldov!
No one move! The first poison needle will only knock her out, but the second one will end her life.
Stop it! Adlet!
You understand you're digging your own grave, don't you?
Yeah? Well, I admit I didn't expect that.
Now get out of the way!
So sorry, you know I really don't feel like doing that. I actually want to do the opposite of what you say.
Leave it to Chamo.
Wait, Chamo. Huh? Your power is certain to kill Flamey as well.
Who said that you're the one who's in charge here? Your choice, Hans! Get out of the way or don't!
Choices, choices.
After him!
Damn it. How is anybody ever gonna believe me now after all that? But there was no other way. I had no choice. Did I really, actually lose them? Okay. You've got to take the dagger out and stop the bleeding. The poison you injected Flamey with will wear off soon, too. So get the next needle. Easy. If you pass out, it's over. They're going to chase you again. After all, you're the strongest man in the whole world, remember?
It's nightfall. We're going to stop here. It's dangerous to go further. We don't know what other kind of tricks Adlet might have up his sleeve.
But nighttime is my specialty. The advantage is all mine, and he's going to kill Flamey if he hasn't already.
Your crest. Please show it to me, Hans.
Huh? What for?
It looks like Flamey is still alive. At least that means Adlet recognizes her value as a hostage. I don't think we'll have to worry about her life for now.
How could you tell that?
Take a look at your crest. There are 6 petals on it, right? If one of the 6 Braves were to die, a petal would disappear. That's the indication whether our comrades are dead or alive.
I had no idea.
Let's head back to the temple now.
I'll be right behind you.
There's Mora!
Were you able to catch up with him, Chamo?
No, I lost him. He's a lot faster than I thought. I tried for a while and he disappeared.
And for us as well. He moved fast even while wounded. Stay alert. We'll get back to the search in the morning.
Why'd you do it? Adlet, I just don't understand at all.
Adlet! Hey, Adlet! Come at me!
Here I am!
How could you lose to me again? Pathetic. You need to be stronger than this. At this rate, you couldn't beat my mom. Imagine what would happen with a fiend fighting.
Hey, how about we invite your mom to join us in the Defense Force?
The Defense Force is you and me forever, right?
Come on. How can we have a defense force in a village like this? All Reiner ever wants to do whenever we're together is practice for the defense force, you know?
It's natural for a boy to want to play like that. And it wouldn't hurt you to put a little into your program.
Nah, I really like picking mushrooms a lot more. That smells so good!
It'll be done in just a second. Shall we eat together?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it you have come here?
I heard that if you teach me, then I can become much stronger.
If you want to be strong, you need to join the Knights or a mercenary band.
But then I'd never become the strongest man in the whole world.
Strongest man in the whole world.
Yes, sir. I can defeat the fiends if I'm the strongest one.
Why is it you wish to be strong?
I have to become the strongest man there is, to get back what they stole.
That which is already gone cannot return. Go now, and simply live your life.
No, I won't! Please tell me, why am I alive and they're not? If I'm not the strongest man, and I can't defeat the demon god, if I can't ever fight against the fiends, why do I deserve to be alive? Why am I even here?
You smile, boy! You smile if you want to be the strongest! He who can smile when all he wants to do is run, or when it's so painful that he can't wait to die. He is the only one who can become stronger. Now show me your smile! Now smile! Smile more now! Despair should make you laugh!
You're awake.
assume it was you who patched me up?
It was. You're lucky nothing vital was hit in the attack. If you rest, eventually you'll be able to move.
Why would you do that for me?
Because I'm 99% sure that you're the 7th, like the others said. However, not 100% certain you are. So I need to ensure I'm ready for that remaining 1% just in case.
And here I thought you'd taken pity on me because of my mortal wound.
Stop acting like such a child.
I am one of the Braves. I'm here to fight the demon god. That's the only reason.
I still don't trust you.
Are you very cold?
No, I'm not.
Hold on. I can start a fire. This wood is damp.
Burn it now.
That's pretty good. Could you defeat an enemy using this fire without resorting to a gun or bullets?
I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that.
It's really cold compared to this morning. Maybe from the fog or because it's nighttime?
It's the temple.
The temple? Is it the salt barrier?
Yes, the barrier keeps fiends out. Because I am human, I was able to get in, but I'm also part fiend, so it did hurt some.
I'm sorry, Flamey.
Don't waste your sympathy. It's really not that big a deal. I've had to go through far more powerful barriers to kill many strong warriors prior to this.
Understood. So it's just not a possibility for a fiend to ever enter?
No chance of that at all. The fiend that tricked you outside of the temple should never have been inside the pillar area.
Yeah. It's not much of an excuse. But I've no idea how anyone could have entered the temple before me. It makes no sense.
Yes, it does. If you were the first one to go in there.
You believe that what Hans said is right? That there was no way for anyone to get in there before me?
I'm not as knowledgeable as he is, but I think he's actually correct on this point. And Mara also agrees with him on this matter. There was absolutely no way that anyone could have entered the temple before you.
I see. Well, what if it was you, Hans, and Mora all conspiring in a lie?
That would mean there would only be 4 and not 6 Braves.
Logically, Mora or Hans could have done it as well.
Regardless of that, unless you can show everyone that it wasn't you who did it, you'll still be the prime suspect.
Why don't we go over it again? First off, let's cover whether any of the 6, besides myself, could have activated the barrier. When I opened the door, the barrier was activated simultaneously. At that time, you, Nashitanya, and Goldoff were all outside fighting the fiends. Meanwhile, Mora and Hans were making their way toward the temple.
What about Chamo?
I don't know where she was. What about her power? Could it have helped her gain entrance to the temple?
Hardly. Chamot is powerful, but I don't know that she could pull that off. Although she could blast a hole in the ground. But not fill it up fast enough to cover her tracks. And if she tunneled her way in, it would definitely break the seal.
That's right, you fought Chamot before, didn't you?
Yes.
Then there are 2 enemies in our group we'll have to deal with.
How?
One was among the 7 that gathered at the temple, while the other snuck into the temple and activated the barrier first. Let's just say that the fake in our group would be the 7th, and the other one who activated the barrier would be the 8th. I bet they're working with the Fiends as well. Next, the Fiends dropped bombs on the temple to lure the Braves there, and then made their attack so they could make sure we were kept away and not together. A thorough strategy that would ensure their total success.
Then what would the 7th be for? If all they wanted was to seal us in, then what need was there for having a 7th?
Listen! Without a 7th in place, they can't try to frame me as the 7th Brave! The plan's not as simple as merely sealing us in here. It's also to set me up as the 7th, and then kill the strongest man in the whole world!
That was never a consideration because I was fully convinced all along you were the 7th one.
I don't understand why you don't believe me after all this.
What makes you think I would suddenly believe you?
Anyway, we can put off the 7th for now. It's the 8th who should be our top priority.
Can you find the 8th? You'll be by yourself.
Can I do it? All alone? With the other 5 chasing me, I don't know if I can find the 8th. Flamey? Would you be willing to help me out here?
Thanks, no.
Why not?
I suspect you're the one, so I'm not helping. No chance.
Yeah, well maybe I am.
You are a strange one. The situation is dire, and yet you're smiling.
Of course I am. I'm smiling because I'm still the strongest man in the whole world. No matter how sad I may be or how bad it might feel, I'll never let a situation get to me.
Laugh at despair here from now on!
I can't wait for tomorrow to be here. That's when I'm gonna be able to destroy the enemy's plan. I can finally prove that I am innocent and show them all that I'm the strongest man in the whole world. I can't wait for the sunrise to get here.
You're deluded.
Oh no, I'm determined. I don't know who the 8th is, and I have no idea how I'm going to escape from the other Braves. But if you can't smile anymore, it's all over. So I'm gonna smile, and I'm never ever going to give up!
Tell me, Atlet.
Huh?
Why? To exist as one of the Braves, why did you want that?
Is that the first time that Flamey has shown interest in someone other than herself?
You are a strange one. The situation is dire, and yet you're smiling.
Of course I am. I'm smiling because I'm still the strongest man in the whole world.
Tell me, Atlet. Why? To exist as one of the Braves, why did you want that?
This is the first time Flamey's actually taken an interest in me. Now, why did you ask me that?
Because you're ordinary. You're an ordinary man who possesses a lot of unusual weaponry. You're actually quite normal.
Are you saying that I'm a weakling? Despite knowing that I'm the strongest man in the whole world?
That is not what I'm saying. Though it is confusing how an ordinary man like you could become so strong. That part doesn't quite make sense.
Because of my master. I probably shouldn't say this, but my master was a bit nuts. He was obsessed with defeating the fiends. So he holed up deep in the mountains, coming up with new weapons and different uses for them. Hard to believe he was only human. He was super tough, and he taught me the hard way how to fight. Every day we trained until I couldn't move anymore. I studied as if I'd been chained to my desk. I learned everything. How to make secret weapons, poisons, and gunpowder. I kept up on the latest scientific knowledge and developments.
Really? Science too?
I'm so grateful to my master. Thanks to him, I was able to become strong.
Actually, I have heard of him. In my notes, his name was Otto Spiker. He was on my hit list before, but given his age, he was a fairly low priority. His training methods were so severe, none of his students could take the pressure and every single one ran away.
Your information is wrong. I didn't run away.
So how were you able to endure it? Something happened, didn't it? And as a result, you became one of the 6 Braves because of it.
Long ago, it happened. A fiend came to our village.
Hey! Wait for me, Atlet!
No way!
Stop! Hey, what's wrong? Huh?
Oh no.
That's a fiend! I'm gonna fight him!
Stop, Reiner, don't! Don't do it! Stop! Please stop it!
boys. Good day to you. You're not going to say hello. Can't really blame you. Well, that's all right. I really ought to be speaking with some adults anyway.
That night, I couldn't sleep a wink. In the morning, the fiend was nowhere to be found. But the village elder said,
"This village will now move to the land of howling demons. I'm sorry to say that means we will be ruled by the demon god. There is no way the Six Braves can win victory. The human world is over and done now. But if we were to join the demon god, we would have a chance of surviving.
Reiner,
we have no other choice."
But the fiend said something before he left, didn't he?
He said to rip out the hearts of any who oppose the deal, and bring them to him as a sign of our loyalty to the demon god. How do you know that?
Give me a description of what the fiend looked like.
Well, it seemed big at the time, but I think it was probably about Goldov's size. It was humanoid and had green and light pink blotches.
Yes, and it had 3 wings, right? 3 wings that looked like a crow on its back.
You know that fiend?
He's one of 3 with considerable power. They rule over the others. He was actually the one who originated the idea of breeding a half-fiend. And then he created a fiend as the one to be my birth mother. But now, go on with your story.
My best friend died while protecting me. And it was my sister who gave her life so I could escape. I was the only one who survived it.
And that was exactly what he wanted to happen.
Even toward the end, they never hated the villagers. It was the fiend's fault, though, not the villagers. My best friend said it would do no good to hate them. My sister said they'd return someday, and we could all live together in peace. She believed that. My master said it was thanks to my best friend and my sister that I could become strong. I was able to achieve my strength because I still believe those words. A man can't become strong only to gain revenge. He grows strong because he believes in something. Yes?
I do envy you.
What was that you just said to me?
I said that I am jealous of you.
What? Why is it that you'd be jealous of me?
You have something I don't.
Huh?
I have nothing that I can believe in, like you do.
What do you mean?
The fiend who gave birth to me and raised me gave me my gun. She also gave me the power of the Gunpowder Saint. And she actually gave me happiness. But ultimately, abandoned me. I loved everyone around me, and I fully believed they returned that love. When I grew up and attained the Gunpowder Saint's power, I took the lives of so many people at my mother's order, and never once did I doubt her. I was only half-fiend with filthy human blood coursing through my veins. So I had to work a lot harder for the demon god than the others did. At least, that's what I thought. I went for Chamo. My desire was to take out one of the strongest warriors in the world. But to no avail, I couldn't even scratch her. I fell for all the provocations she had and was finally forced to give her my name. I barely escaped with my life. But when I returned, my mother tried to kill me. The other fiends I thought were my friends ignored me. They had no use for me any longer. Perhaps I should have died right there and then. Somehow I managed to escape there. What I can't forgive is not that my own mother tried to kill me. If I were a mere puppet, I would not have felt any pain, even from betrayal. If the plan was always to betray me, I should have simply been raised as a slave, to fight humanity. But my mother, she pretended to love me.
So revenge?
Killing her would not be enough. True revenge would be destroying what she spent her life trying to do. Once the demon god is defeated, then I can tell her, this is your fault. Regret what you did because this is the final result. Back Back then, my life was so happy. I had my mother and friends. We all played together. And we all fought together. I even had a pet dog. I wonder what it's doing now. I wonder if it's still being fed. Or perhaps they just got rid of it.
I wouldn't worry. I'm sure it's fine.
Why is it you believe this?
Well,
Why would you not doubt for a second anything I have said? You don't think there's a chance I could have lied? If you're who you say, then you're not the seventh, and you should suspect me above the rest. Except, you've no doubts whatsoever, am I right? Which is more than enough reason for me to think you are the odd one out.
I think I finally understand it now.
Huh?
Flamey, I understand the reason why I can't leave you alone. The reason I chose to tell you about my past, which I haven't even told Nasha Tanya, is... because you're exactly like I am. I know the pain of losing your home, betrayed by those you trusted. The pain of using revenge to carry on. Why would you feel anything other than a desire to take revenge? I believed your story for a good reason. Because I don't want to have to think of you as my enemy. Ugh, don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I've fallen in love with you or anything dumb like that.
That's not what I was saying anyway. Don't start getting all creepy on me. All I said was this. You have something to believe in. Now, I'm going back to the temple.
Why won't you stay with me?
The fact that we've talked about things doesn't remove you from the category of most obvious suspect.
Right. Gunpowder?
Throw it against something and it will ignite, with no light or sound. The result, I'll be the only one to know where it went off, and where I can find you.
Then if I need help, I can call you?
When next I see you, it's likely that I could have to murder you. It's up to you, whether you choose to use it.
Flamey! I'm going to protect you! And not only you! I'm going to protect Nasha Tanya and the others! I'm going to protect everyone!
Stop. I thought you'd still be alive. Where's Adlet?
He got away. Since he was wounded, I was hoping I might be able to capture him. But I didn't have my gun.
I see. You should get some sleep. We can speak in more detail tomorrow.
That which is already gone cannot return. I didn't get strong because I wanted revenge. I'm not fighting out of sheer hatred. I got strong so I wouldn't lose anything at all. Ever again.
If you try to protect everyone, you'll be the one to die. Adlet. So that's it. That is the entire story of my life that I ended up telling Adlet.
Fiends are awful creatures, and they are extremely cruel.
That's horrible! If you're telling us the truth.
You're still holding the idea that Flamey is the seventh? It's perfectly clear to me. Flamey is one of us and always was.
Right.
I'm getting a little worried with you talking like that. You think it's just fine to consider her that way?
Stop it, Hans!
How do we actually know that she even fought Adlet? After all, my blade went into him pretty deep.
It missed his vital organs. So it looks like you aren't quite as strong as you say.
Yeah, Adlet certainly seemed to take a shine to you without delay. When we blamed you, he defended you. When we said we'd torture you, he got mad and stopped us. So if you've fallen in love with him, it makes perfect sense to me.
You are an unbelievably irritating creature.
Woman, the eternal mystery. Her words don't match her thoughts.
Hans, knock it off! However, I'm also quite suspicious. How did you feel when you first realized he was the seventh?
It didn't surprise me in the slightest.
Oh, not at all?
He had been trying very hard to win me over to his side of things. And when I learned the truth, it was all logical.
I see.
What a scary young woman you are. Poor Adlet, I feel sorry for the guy.
Hans, stop! Seriously, you really need to shut up!
Again with this shut up.
What's most important is Adlet. How will we catch him?
It looks like most of his weapons are right here. He can't very well fight without them. He'll return eventually if we only wait for him to show.
But I don't think waiting without a solid plan is a very wise thing to do.
Being first to move is a good one.
Understanding that Adlet can keep us all in here by staying hidden within the barrier, don't forget. We'll split into pairs. Flamey, I want you to pair up with me and we'll search for Adlet. Princess, you go with Goldov. If you find him, show him no mercy at all. Goldov, please take care of the princess.
I shall.
Chamo and Hans, I want you to stay. Take care of Adlet if he shows up here. Don't let your guard down.
Yeah. Without a pretty girl around, I can only do half as good a job. Goldov, can I switch places with you?
Since there are no objections, everyone move out!
I don't want to! Chamo doesn't like having to just wait around.
All right. So Flamey stays here now and Chamo will come with me.
I don't want to walk all over the place either. I'll go outside and play until you all bring the barrier down.
Chamo, no.
Don't worry, little one. I can handle young Adlet just fine all by myself.
Glad to hear it. All right then. I'll leave it to you. Chamo, make sure you don't get lost out there, okay?
Okay.
Flamey, which way was Adlet headed?
Over there.
Flamey and I will be heading toward the east. And I want the pair of you to head westward.
Understood. Goldov, let's go.
What's wrong?
Tell me, you think you're strong enough to fight off the fiends?
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I regret my poor choices. Let's make up and be a family again. If your mom said that, do you think you could still kill her?
Of course. Because she would be lying.
Oh, so wrong. I'm an assassin. I've carried out many contracts. A husband who's been betrayed by his wife. Children whose parents left. They all come to me and ask me to kill on their behalf. However, they never actually like it when murder happens. At the last second, the vast majority back down and beg me not to go through with it.
And your point?
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Let's get going. Come on, Flamey.
Princess, what's wrong?
I'm curious. Do you trust me, Goldov?
Of course I do. There is none among the others I trust more.
Then I'm going to ask you to please accept and follow my ideas without saying a word against them.
Princess, tell me what it is you're thinking.
I'm sure that Adlet isn't the seventh. I'm going to do everything I can to prove it's true.
But you...
Please, just for now, just don't disagree with me. It must be that Adlet has fallen into a trap, and he's waiting for me to come and help him.
I cannot do that, Your Highness. Even for you.
I wouldn't say this with nothing to back it up.
What?
Of course, there's no way to prove it. But even if it's a mistake, then so what? It could be the key that leads us to uncovering the truth.
Who else is it you suspect?
It's gotta be Hans.
If Mora and Flamey are working together, the other four are undoubtedly going to be paired up as well. That's really not good. It means that someone has to be alone with the 7th right now. If they get the chance, they might kill the person they're with and blame it on me. Gotta hurry. I need to go to the temple and take a good look around. I'll reveal the 7th's plan and the existence of the 8th. I can also get my cache of weapons back. If I'm lucky and Nashatanya's still waiting there at the temple, maybe I could negotiate with her.
Well, hello. I thought you'd make it sooner or later.
What are you doing up there, huh? Come to think of it, you are an assassin, aren't you? Surprise attacks and traps are your specialty.
Well, I thought those cheap tricks were all you had. But now, you're turning out better than I expected.
I wasn't expecting this. Well, Hans, guess we're gonna fight. I need to run away. I must escape.
You'd better be planning to kill me, Adlet, or this thing will be over in 1 second.
Why don't you come down here? We can have some real fun.
That trick won't work twice! What now?
What is it?
Do you hear that noise coming from the direction of the temple?
What? Let's hurry. It's imperative that we find some solid proof that Hans truly is the 7th Brave.
Isn't it too bad it's going to end like this, Adlet?
Who else is it you suspect, Princess?
It's gotta be Hans.
Isn't it too bad it's going to end like this, Adlet? Not a bad ploy, Adlet. Pretending to be one of the 6 Braves. If I hadn't been here, you might actually have been able to get away with it.
Hans, I'm not...
Are you going to try to tell me how you aren't a fake? Save your breath. It won't work. When you decided to take a hostage, I must admit it was shocking. And here I was thinking all along that you were so much smarter. Come on, fess up now. Tell me who it is you're working for.
I can't tell you, because I am not the fake.
Was it a situation where your sick mom needed medicine? Or did they take and hold your pretty lover for ransom?
I don't have a family or lover. It's like I keep saying, I'm not the imposter.
Yeah, then no one will be sad when they find your dead body. Meow!
You made me use that, you bastard!
Get over here!
Damn it! How can he still be chasing me after being hit with that? He's a genius. There's no way an ordinary man can surpass a genius. That wasn't particularly well done.
Yeah? Yeah? What the heck are you doing?
I dare you to attack me. I don't need any more secret weapons. Because I can beat you using my own power and skills.
No, you're planning something, aren't you?
For once, you're right.
Yeah.
What's wrong there, Hans? Are you scared?
A little. A teeny bit.
At least you're honest.
As an assassin, I've been killing people my entire life, but I never lie. Lying is wrong.
In this situation, victory isn't about beating Hans. Victory would be clearing my name. And finding the 7th Brave. My plan's gotta work. That's right. Be cautious. Calmly observe. Now, how to play my trump card. Is it inside my clothing? Inside my mouth? Or is it at my feet? What about the distance between me and my belt? Hans, there's one thing you haven't been watching. But you're a genius, so it's the one thing you don't need to watch.
Huh?
You're too late! That's right. I can see that you understand. I deliberately aimed to the side so I wouldn't kill you.
You just missed me.
Think about it for a minute, will you, Hans? If I were truly the 7th Brave, there would be absolutely no reason for me to miss you. And there's this. That last attack would have been my only chance to defeat you. So why would I have wasted my opportunity that way?
You're quite wrong if you think you can fool me.
If I were the 7th, killing you would be a much safer choice than just deceiving you. And you weren't watching my sword at all, were you? Am I right? I'm not the fake. Believe me, friend, I'm telling you, I couldn't kill you because I'm not the 7th. That's the answer. That's why I didn't kill you when I could have. Accept it, Hans. I'm betting it all here. If he really is the 7th, then I'm doomed.
Yeah. I'll accept that. I actually believe you're a real brave.
Really, Hans?
Yeah. Truthfully, I'm glad I stayed here. Because you wouldn't have been able to persuade the others. And that was close. You came oh so very close. And that's a real bummer. Right, Hadlet?
Hans!
Now you know I'm the 7th Brave!
Damn it! I can't believe it. How could I have lost my bet? I'm still alive. He didn't slit my throat.
I cut you so you would hallucinate that.
Hallucinate? That was a hallucination?
Sure was. Unlike cats, humans lie with their words and deceive with their actions. You can never trust their eyes, voices, or expressions. Except that when they're on the verge of dying, their faces end up showing only the truth. If you really were the imposter, then the confusion would have shown all over your face when I announced that I was the one. Instead, you looked like you thought it was the end. So, it's true. Guess you're not the one to kill.
A dying face can't lie. Huh. That's one I've never heard.
I'm sure you haven't. Until you've seen the faces of countless dying men like I have, you couldn't know that.
Well, that's a nasty image.
Oh, yeah. How long are you gonna stand there like that? Put something on. You'll catch your death of cold. From now on, we're comrades. Yeah. Honestly speaking, I did think the situation was a bit odd. If you were the 7th Brave, you would not have had a reason to protect Flamey.
Well, if that's what you thought, you should have said so.
Yes, sorry about that.
Looks like we're going back to square one then, wouldn't you say?
Who's the real
7th Brave?
I see you were telling the truth. This evidence shows that he was here. He spent the night. Flamey, do you know where he went when he took off?
I don't. There are no bloodstains, and his footprints stop midway across here. Maybe he climbed a tree? What's bothering you?
I don't know. I don't understand what Adlet's up to.
Maybe he's out of options, so he just took off.
Not a chance. It was carefully planned and he's very smart. I'm certain that he wouldn't let it end this way.
Well then, we'll have to keep on searching until we're able to find him.
Slow down. Let's just think this through. Once we've gathered our thoughts, there'll be plenty of time to act.
As you wish, then.
My first question is this. Do you know anything about how the 7th Brave might try to set up a trap?
I do not.
No need to be testy. Although after yesterday, I can see how you might be apprehensive. But since we no longer hold any suspicions about you, there's nothing to hide.
I'm not so sure. What about Hans and Chamo?
Let me try this again. I do not suspect you as the 7th. I believe that you're one of us now.
I see. I'm not quite sure what to say about that. Fiends generally tend toward the solitary, with little interaction between individuals.
That's surprising. I always thought that they were more united than that.
But fiends are still quite complex. Far more than one might think they were. Whose side are you on? There have been several humans who've taken up with the fiends. Oh, you didn't know about that?
I had heard something to that effect. I received information there was a village whose people were all taken by fiends. Except, by the time that information reached me, there was no shred of proof, and All Heaven's Temple didn't take any action. If only I'd been more careful at the time, perhaps all of this could have been avoided.
Why are you punishing yourself? You're not personally responsible.
Thank you. Thank you for extending me some kindness. At least Adlet did one good thing in all of this. He brought you to us, and for that, I'm grateful. Even if it was only part of his plan. It turned out to be a very good thing.
Please don't patronize me.
From where I stand, you still have a lot to learn.
We don't have any time to waste. Let's go and try to find Adlet.
How much did it upset you when I brought him up in our conversation? It's rather obvious that you've got warm feelings towards him. When things were at their worst for you, he was the only one who stepped in and tried to save you. Still, there is no sympathy due him. He is the enemy, and a base, cowardly one at that.
Don't worry. I haven't. In fact, I absolutely despise him.
That's a good thing. As soon as you find him, I want you to kill him. Understand?
This is the end of the path leading to the land of howling demons. It's right past this spot. This is the place where the 6 Braves were eventually going to meet up all together. It's no good. The only thing we know is that Hans and Mora were here already. But that's all that we've learned. I was sure that Hans would have received some information from the fiends by now.
Princess.
I have no idea what to do. Adlet could be killed at any moment, but how would I even know it?
Adlet is our enemy. No matter what you think, Highness, that will never change, ever.
You be quiet! If you don't trust me anymore, then you can just go chasing after him by yourself! I'm sorry. I said too much. I can't believe it. I never thought you and I would ever be yelling at each other like this.
Princess, why do you believe Adlet instead of me, after I've served you so long?
What do you mean by that?
You've always been so carefree, more calm and collected than this. Why is it that Adlet is so important? You only traveled with him for a couple of days. Why are you so all-fired concerned about him?
Once you were also a lot more calm and collected than this.
But Your Highness,
Let me remind you that a battle to save the world has begun, and that our friend's life could very well be in danger. Of course I'm no longer acting in the way I normally would.
Yes, but...
Adlet is our trusted friend. What else do you think he means to us? Goldov, I've known for a long time how you feel about me, and I'm acknowledging it. But now is not the best moment to discuss it. I don't have the time to deal with your jealousy.
Yes, you're right, Princess. I must apologize.
Let's pretend we never had this conversation.
As you command.
I keep having to remind myself that you're only 16 years old. You're so reliable that I'd forgotten you're still just a kid. But it's clear now. I guess we didn't understand each other as well as I thought.
Yeah, I knew it. No way to get in. You sure have a lot of stuff. Can any of that tell us whether someone is lying?
They're all tools that will help us in fighting off the fiends.
Since we know you're not the 7th Brave, that means someone entered the temple before you did. But the seal is perfect, and there's no way through. So what could have happened?
It was probably a saint.
Mora says it's not possible for a saint to be involved.
Mora might not know what the saints are capable of. It could be they're hiding some of their abilities, right?
That's true, which means you and I are stuck for the time being.
Hey, if someone were to kill me, which of the others do you think would become the new target?
If I were pressed, I think it would be Flamey.
Yes, I'm quite sure she'd be the next one.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Hey, do you think someone's out there? Am I hearing things?
You were. But someone could show up soon, so we ought to be ready, yes?
You're right, we should. And we better move on so we can start looking for the 8th.
By the way, can you explain to me how it is that the barrier gets activated? I never went to the fortress, so I really don't know the procedure.
Mora didn't tell you that? Well, the barrier... Huh?
Something wrong?
How to activate the barrier?
You?
That's right. The ones who know are myself, Flamey, Goldov, Nashitanya, and Mora. The only ones who don't know about it are Hans and... Chamo.
Is she the 7th Brave?
No, but I do want to ask her something. Do you know what direction she ran off to?
She's probably playing somewhere not too far away.
It would be bad if I went. You should go.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Ask her if...
Adlet, what is it?
You know what? Let's just leave. It might be better to go out and find Adlet so we can protect him, rather than wait for the others to get here.
Highness, please tell me why you suspect Hans.
I don't know. I guess I wasn't thinking straight either. And I'm afraid I didn't tell you the most important thing. There's this idea. I can't stop thinking about it.
Chamot is here! Kitty Cat, isn't he the one we always thought was a faker? I don't know why you even bother talking to him.
Please don't attack him, Chamo. I found out that Adlet's not the enemy after all.
That's really weird. Why do you think that?
Because it's the truth?
You don't need to explain it to me. It doesn't matter anyway. Chamot's bored with staying around here all day. It's boring being all alone here, and there's no one to play with. Can't we just go ahead and defeat the demon god now?
Yes, I'd like to defeat the demon god. But first I have a question for you. And it's something that's very important. Because we need to learn who the 7th is.
I'm done talking about who the 7th is. I don't know anymore who's real and who's a fake. You go first, Adlet. Or Mr. 7. Or if it isn't you, then it's Flamey. If it isn't her, then it's Kitty Cat. If it isn't him, then it's the princess and that big guy. But of course the 7th Brave could never be Mora, so I don't have to worry about killing her.
Wait, Chamel. What are you saying?
If I kill everyone, then I find the enemy. And then Chamel can deal with the demon god all on her own.
What the heck is that? No way. Are those fiends?
There's a swamp that lives inside of Chamel's stomach and guts. All the things Chamel's ever eaten live down there happily ever after, until Chamel throws them off. Get him now!
We gotta get out of here!
I agree with you!
They're in the forest too!
Hurry! Get inside the pillars!
The barrier isn't working at all!
Damn it! They spent time in a saint's stomach, so the pillars are treating them like these things are saints too!
Remind me to complain to the Saint of Salt the next time I run into him! What is this now?
No! Look, these things can regenerate! Oh, crap! No wonder Flamey ran! Chamel, what the hell are you doing? Why are you trying to attack Hans?
It doesn't matter, does it? Because there's no proof that Kitty Cat isn't the fake one either!
Wow, what is going on in your head?
Chamel has an idea. Kitty Cat, I want you to kill Adlet. But if the barrier gets turned off, I promise I won't kill you.
Don't worry, Adlet. I'm not gonna do that.
Yum.
Look, Hans, if this is really gonna happen, I need you to get away.
Oh, cram it. Why are you always telling me what to do? I'm ready if you are, partner.
How to activate the barrier? The only ones who don't know about it are Hans and Chamel.
If I kill everyone, then I find the enemy. And then Chamel can deal with the demon god all on her own. There's a swamp that lives inside of Chamel's stomach and guts. All the things Chamel's ever eaten live down there happily ever after, until Chamel throws them off.
Look, Hans, if this is really gonna happen, I need you to get away.
Oh, cram it. Why are you always telling me what to do? Come on! There's no end to these damn things!
You're right! Let's get Chamel instead! We work together!
Yeah, I'm right behind you! That's no good. The fiends are figuring out the best way to protect Chamel on their own!
Everyone always does the same thing. Let's all team up to get Chamel now. Good luck with that. No one in history could capture me.
Didn't you bring more to the party than that, Adlet?
Fiends don't get tired. If this continues, we're screwed. Help, Hans! I need protection!
Man up, Adlet! I've got my paws totally full over here! Fight them back yourself!
Get over here and cover me while I come up with a plan! How long can you hold out?
Maybe for 60 seconds.
When those 60 seconds are up, you make a run at Chamo, and don't slow down, because I'm gonna cover you. Hurry, think. Sleep and paralysis needles don't work on fiends, but the pain of poison needles should work. And then...
Chamo's scared! Who knew you could breathe fire? That's not fair at all!
This flute will draw out the fiends, but that's not enough. What's left?
That's 60 seconds!
Go! I'll delay the fiends for a second, and aim for Chamo. Damn it! That must have been tried before.
Prepare to die! Dumb boy.
Don't dodge! Block them now! Finish her! Get it done! Is she down?
Adlet, help me hold her.
Right.
Stop your whining and stay put. Meow.
Huh?
Your feet are too big.
I don't think Chamo is the 7th.
No, I don't either. But what was the question you were going to ask her? Not like she's gonna be able to answer, though.
It'll be fine. Answer me now. Nod your head yes or no. Please? Tell me, before meeting us here at the temple, did you know about the barrier? I see.
That's it? Adlet?
I'm sure of it. Those were the sounds of Chamo fighting.
I don't hear them now. You think they've stopped?
Chamo couldn't possibly have lost. Hans is there too.
So then, you say that Flamey let you go deliberately?
Now you're catching on.
I suppose that could have happened, I guess.
I want to talk with Flamey again.
But don't you think she's dangerous? Since it's not you who's the 7th, she would be the next likely person to be suspected. It's gotta be her.
Flamey isn't the imposter. I know that for certain.
I don't think it's good that you or I should have any contact with her.
She let me go. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but only for the time being.
Now what makes you say that?
Flamey lives her life in complete darkness. She loves no one, and trusts no one. She sees everyone as an enemy or a potential one. That's the reality of her world. I know because I also live in the darkness. In any case, I'm telling you that her darkness is very strong and runs even deeper than mine does. When she's close and feels your desire to protect everyone around you, she becomes an entirely different person.
Everything you're saying about Flamey is undoubtedly true. You're correct. But I still want to talk to her anyway. Take care of Chamo, and think about what I said, okay? Here, take this. Who knows whether it'll work or not. If you find any proof, I want you to let me know.
Adlet, don't forget that Flamey doesn't like you. And not in the "but I do like him" way, if you catch my drift. She dislikes you from the bottom of her heart. It's more like she hates you. That's how it seemed to me.
I've gotta last a little longer.
What's the matter?
Flamey genuinely hates me? I thought the two of us were beginning to understand each other. At least a little bit. Or did I hallucinate that too?
All I said was this. You have something to believe in. Hello. I'm amazed that you're alive.
I thought I was gonna die a few times.
You ignorant fools!
Yeah, take it easy. There's no reason to be that mad at us.
Chomo's bad enough. But you, Hans, I knew you could be an idiot, but I had no idea you could be this stupid!
Jeez, why you gotta be so mean?
Why did you let Adlet get away? That was our best. No, that was the one and only chance we had to catch him!
Now, hold on for a second. I think I might be able to prove Adlet's innocence.
Hans, what are you saying?
Adlet's actually a pretty good guy. He discovered how the plan by the 7th could have gone down.
I figured it out. The trap set by the 7th Brave.
Yes, go on.
All of us were mistaken in the beginning of this. Rather, the 7th had all of us thinking something was going on. The idea that someone else activated the barrier right before I opened the door is not correct. Because when I opened the door and entered, the barrier hadn't been activated yet.
I'm sorry, but what you're saying doesn't sound all that plausible.
Keep listening. You and I both know how to activate the barrier. You put your hand on the stone tablet, put the sword in the dais, and give the order. And then it activates. But who told us that? It was the soldier in the fortress, Lauren. But what if all along, he'd been secretly working with the 7th Brave? Think about it. We didn't even know about the barrier until he told us. And Nashatanya and Goldov, they said they didn't know about it until they heard yesterday. Mora was aware of it, but she said she learned about the activation from Lauren as well. Hans never met with Lauren, so he didn't know. And Chomo said she never heard about it until after meeting with us. In other words, all of us learned about how to activate the barrier from Lauren. If he was lying, how would we even know?
Okay, then.
First off, the 7th used Lauren to lie to all of us about how the barrier's activated. And then they used the Fiends to bring all of us inside of it. They quietly waited for me to open the door, and by some means covered the entire area with fog. So we assumed that someone had activated the barrier and then quickly ran away. But actually, the barrier hadn't been activated yet. There was only fog. The sword was in the dais to begin with. It was then that we all messed around with the sword to see if there was some way to deactivate it. During that process, the 7th activated the barrier. All they had to make us believe was that the temple was a locked room until I arrived on the scene. And the trap was complete. They could blame it on me.
All right, it was Hans who blamed you, wasn't it? Then is he the 7th?
Do you remember, Goldov? When we first introduced ourselves to Hans, he said then...
I'd like to take my time listening to the bunny girl.
You, Hans, was it? This is the Crown Princess of Piena. Of course I can recall that.
But it doesn't make sense. Because I could have sworn in the temple when Hans and Mora had gotten there, Hans called me Princess. He used that name at least once.
Are you certain of that?
From the very beginning, no question he was aware that I was a princess. But after that, he started pretending not to know. Why do that?
And so, eventually they knew it would be revealed that the temple was a locked room, ensuring that it would be Adlet who would get the blame as the Seventh.
I have to admit that's very clever. Except that you were the one who mentioned it being a locked room. So I believe that would make you the Seventh, correct?
Oh, yeah. You might be right.
It was the perfect trap. The Seventh could have brought up the fact it was a locked room, but since Hans knew so much about the sealed door, they left it to him instead of speaking up themselves.
You trust what Hans says? Why is that?
Because I fought Hans a while ago. When he was just ready to kill me. No, wait. Basically, he would have killed me. But at that moment, Hans believed in me. And he chose not to.
He didn't kill you, and so now you trust him.
The only thing that really matters here is that someone waited for me to enter the temple before summoning the fog, and that was the trap. If only I could catch them in their lies, then I could prove that I'm innocent.
You're right. That's a very good idea. I'm impressed.
Oh, yeah!
But there's a mistake. And it could be fatal. You don't have the right idea about saints and their powers. Even if they are using the power of gods, there are limits to how they can go about it. Not only that, what they can use is totally different for each saint.
But there must be a saint who can work with fog.
There is. It's the saint who made this barrier, and that's the Fog Saint Uspa. But given her particular abilities, it would have taken her longer to cover the forest in fog. She would have needed 15 minutes.
But the entire forest was covered instantly.
Because a great deal of time was taken in setting up the barrier. Realistically, it would have taken a good many years to sufficiently build up the fog god's power out here.
You know a lot.
The fiends were desperate. If Uspa had the power to instantly cover an entire forest with fog, she would have been on my list as key target. Watch.
What's that? Oh, crap!
Those stakes contain the power for the Phantasmal Barrier. Countless numbers of them are buried throughout the forest. That's the only reason the entire area was covered instantly.
But if they'd made something other than the Phantasmal Barrier, it could easily have been a type that creates fog.
You can only erect one type of barrier in a given location. If you put up two barriers, one of them will automatically be disabled.
Is that right?
Summoning the fog instantly would not be possible without the power of a barrier. And there's already a barrier that summons fog in this forest. You see, your theory isn't actually possible in reality.
But that scenario is more feasible than breaking the locked room in the temple.
Think what you want, Hans. I'm going to see if I can find Adlet somewhere.
Hold it. Before you go, I have to tell you, I am positive Adlet is not the Seventh. If he were, then why wouldn't he have killed me? He had a chance but deliberately missed it. Why would he protect Flamey? And he could have finished off Chamo, but he didn't.
You can't see? I can explain it easily. Why exactly do you think Adlet appeared before us in the first place? If all he wanted was to lock us in here, he could have activated the barrier and run away.
Well,
Don't you see his trap? He's messing with our minds. First, he's making us think he could be the Seventh. Then trying to make us believe it's someone else. He wants us to believe that, so we'll spend time fighting each other, get it? He's doing a good job of fooling you, Hans. And he has the princess fooled, too. She doesn't think he could possibly be the Seventh. So far, at least 2 of the 6 Braves have already fallen for his tricks.
With my own 2 eyes, I saw him.
Can't fool others with a dying face. If that's your evidence, then it's not very good. Now, I'm going to do whatever it takes.
I'm afraid that it's now checkmate for you, Adlet. Your hypothesis was completely wrong and you're out of ways to escape. Even if you are not the imposter, there's no way that you can survive.
I have to think about this. Does it make sense to try and use Flamey's help now? Maybe it would be better for me to find another Brave. Someone who could possibly do even more.
Are you going to look for Nashitania now? You have relied on Hans, and you have relied on me, so Nashitania is next, right? You say you're the strongest man in the whole world. Is that true, Adlet Meyer? Yes, and you're still smiling, aren't you?
That's right. I'm used to being insulted and laughed at. But I can't let myself die. That's why I laugh. I told you, if you can't laugh anymore, it's all over. I'm never ever going to give up.
Your training, the memory of your sister and friend. That's why you'll laugh and struggle, even right up to the brink of death.
Flamey, you know that if I'm killed, the 7th will be coming after you next.
Please, Adlet, no.
If I die, there is no doubt that you'll be blamed, and killed in the same way. But as long as I live, no one will ever have a reason to suspect you. Just believe in me, Flamey. I guess I'll be going now. Let me know if you change your mind.
There is no way I can believe in you. I don't understand a single thing that you're thinking. I just don't get it. How can you still smile? Why don't you give up? Why do you still protect me after all this time? Mara probably reached the temple a long time ago. By now I'm sure she's persuaded Hans and is chasing you with Chamo. They could appear right in front of us at any moment.
Flamey.
But please, stay a little longer. I want to get to know you better than I do. And then maybe... at last I can believe in what you say.
You know, when I was traveling with Adlet, I couldn't help but think there was something different about him, especially compared to the other potential Braves. He wasn't like any of them. I guess, well, I don't know the reason why. It's just that there's something different about him. Funny. I must be the only one who sees that.
Just a minute. Look at my crest. Please tell me whether or not Adlet is still alive.
Then pardon me. No one has been killed yet. Neither Adlet nor our other comrades. They are all alive.
Good. He's working hard. Well, that's my Adlet. And I'll work just as hard.
I don't understand a single thing that you're thinking. I just don't get it. But please, stay a little longer. And then maybe, at last I can believe in what you say.
Good. He's working hard. Well, that's my Adlet. And I'll work just as hard.
She said she might be able to believe me. Right now. That's what Flamey said.
I've always wondered why you protected me. What was in it for you? Why weren't you suspicious of me?
Why are you pointing a gun at me?
Because if you lie to me, I'll shoot.
Wait! I've never thought you were our enemy. I wanted to protect you. I don't have any other reason than that. Flamey!
Did you hear me, Adlet? Don't try to lie.
It's because the fact is, you're exactly like I am. I know the pain of losing your home, betrayed by those you trusted. I believed your story for a good reason, because I don't want to have to think of you as my enemy. Because yeah, I'm gonna say it. A long time ago, I tried to be nothing but a weapon of war. I tried to abandon the feelings in my heart. I tried to become someone whose sole purpose was to kill the fiends who took everything from me. Even though my master said I was an ordinary man, I thought that would be the only way I could become the strongest man in the whole world. Except that it didn't work. Because your heart isn't something you can simply choose to ignore.
That's not true, Adlet. I did it very easily indeed. I survived because I was able to ignore my heart to get revenge against the demon god.
That's not true, Flamey. You think you're ignoring your heart, but your heart is driving you. Doing your best to ignore your feelings won't make you strong. One thing you can't prevent is falling in love with someone.
Huh?
For a long time, well, actually since yesterday, I knew that I loved you. I only just realized it. But since I first met you, my feelings haven't changed. The truth is, I love you, Flamey. When I first met up with Nasha Tanya, I learned that you were a brave killer. But when I saw how suspicious they were of you, I thought it was wrong. I thought that even if your comrades wouldn't believe you, I had to believe you. If no one else in the world would protect you, then I had to be the one. When I realized that one of the Braves was fake, I still felt the same way. More than finding the seventh, I had to protect you. From the first, I knew you could never be an imposter.
What is it that causes this?
I have no idea. I just know that when I see you in pain like this, I feel the pain myself. And that's something even the strongest man in the whole world can't handle.
Wherever could I go to live after the demon god is finally destroyed? I can't return to the fiends, and I've nowhere to live in the human world. My hope is that I die while killing the demon god.
Right now, revenge may mean everything to you. But there'll come a time when you need to move on and start a new life.
I don't think that I can have a new life. No humans would ever fully accept me. I'm a brave killer and the half-blood daughter of a fiend. They couldn't stand me.
Well, I could take care of that.
You really don't have any sense at all. This would never work.
Stupid.
What do you mean?
I think you've forgotten who I am. Adlet Meyer, the strongest man in the whole world. If you think I can't create a loving home for you, then you are mistaken.
Adlet, please.
I've told you now. You know how I feel. Please believe what I say.
Flamey lives her life in complete darkness. She loves no one, and trusts no one. When she's close and feels your desire to protect everyone around you, she becomes an entirely different person.
I get it. I understand you now.
You do? Flamey, what?
You are my enemy. There's no question of it. Gunfire?
Hurry, Princess, let's go.
Wait, that's Flamey! So, Adlet, it's not working out like you thought it would.
Oh?
Listen, Chamo. I want you to watch over Hans.
What are you doing? Do you realize what kind of danger you could be unleashing with that child?
Chamo likes it. I'm real responsible.
Just keep an eye on him. There's no need to attack him unless he gets out of line. Now behave yourself, or I'll get angry.
I knew you were angry with Chamo.
Next time you pull something like that, you'll get much worse than a spanking.
Okay. You hear that? Chamo's watching you now, kitty cat, so don't move.
I see. It's obvious you're scared since Mora's so strong.
Chamo's a lot stronger than Mora is, but she's still a real scary lady.
God of the mountains, grant me your power!
She knows how to do a lot of stuff!
Hans was defeated. He survived, but he's in critical condition now. Adlet was the one who did it. Adlet is the imposter, and he must pay. Find him and kill him now, with no hesitation.
What the hell are you thinking, Mora?
We'll finally see action from the princess. And this time, there's no way Flamey will let Adlet escape.
You're nuts! You can't do that!
Kitty cat, look, if you're trying something, I'm allowed to put you down. Mora said.
Don't be tiresome. I only told you to keep an eye on him so he stays here.
No!
Wait a minute. No way. Maybe Mora's the imposter.
It's Mora!
It would seem that way.
What's she doing? Hey, looks like Hans is all right. Mora set a trap.
Oh, she already said Hans was still alive. There's no good reason for me to believe a single word that comes out of your mouth.
Highness.
I'm sorry, Hans. I'm sure you didn't do anything wrong, did you?
Highness.
What was I doing out here for such a very long time?
Come. Let us go. Princess, are you sure you're well? Highness, please be calm.
There was something that was really wrong with me earlier today. There was such a lot going on with us, but I didn't really know what that was, did I, Goldov? But I've calmed down now. I'm completely calm. See?
You are. You are well.
So that's the way. That's what it feels like, isn't it? For the first time, I know what it is to be angry. I finally understand.
Highness, you...
Adlet, I believed in you. I believed in you completely. Isn't it wonderful, Goldov? Since starting my journey, I've experienced so many things now. And we're not done. I'm gonna have many, many more. I can feel it! I want to know, if you lose yourself to rage and slice an enemy wide open, what kind of feelings would you encounter then?
No, Flamey!
Not bad, Flamey. Good work.
That must be Flamey. She's telling us her location.
Yeah, and I have no doubt Adlet's right there with her.
Flamey, look! Go to the temple! If you do, you'll see that Mora is lying!
It wouldn't matter. That's not going to change the fact that I know you're the false brave.
What makes you think that? I'm the strongest! I'm faster than she is. I'll just keep running for now. No, no! No mercy in that girl. you think that I'm the imposter?
Why aren't you running away?
Because I want you to believe me.
How do you have the nerve to even open your lying mouth?
Answer the question I asked you. Now!
Because I can see right through you. I see the ugly truth behind your dishonest words. You think by using your honeyed phrases that you can deceive me with your plan.
I was telling you the truth. Because you aren't seeing anything at all.
You liars always say the same old thing. I believe in you. I care about you. And I will protect you. I'll never believe that again. No one ever protected me before, so I can't let myself think they would now. I'll live alone, fight alone, and die alone.
Flamey.
I know this feeling. I felt it on my skin, and in my body. It's better not to believe in anyone than believe in someone and then reap betrayal!
Flamey! It's not that Flamey doesn't believe. It's that she's decided she won't. I'm absolutely sure. She desperately wants to believe in someone. Flamey.
So you couldn't finish him?
Mora!
Mora.
Not a word. I'll be the one to kill him.
Understood.
Is this the end? Mora, I can't help you anymore.
Smoke screen!
He got away. There you are.
How'd he do that?
But why?
What are you doing?
Mora, he surrendered to us, didn't he?
Huh? Fine then. But don't think that you'll survive this.
For the record, we're down one as well, but at least he's not dead.
Is Hans okay?
I don't know. You're the one who injured him.
His well-being is important.
Why don't you start with this? Tell us all about your plan and about those backing you.
Unfortunately, I can't do that.
Oh, you think not?
Flamey's innocent. I can prove that here and now.
What?
You going to listen to me? Even if you say no, I'll tell you.
What do you want to say?
For this to have worked, one thing must be true. One of the 7 who bears the crest of the Braves activated the barrier. There's no time to explain, so I'll skip the evidence.
You are the one who's the imposter. That's all we need to know.
I have no weapons on me. Inside here is a chemical my master compounded.
Looks to me like a toy.
Flamey, let me borrow one of your bullets. This chemical is used to find any traces of fiends. When it reacts to a certain chemical that fiends emit, it will slowly begin glowing a bright red color. You saw it yourself. Flamey's a half-blood fiend, and it responded to her. I sprayed some on the altar that activates the barrier, and then I watched it. There was no reaction at all. Hans saw it too. Flamey never laid her hands on the altar. Therefore, that proves that she's innocent. And that shows she didn't activate the barrier.
But Adlet...
You bastard.
If you're the imposter, I guess your plan is all screwed up now. And your precious little ploy is a total ruin. I know that after me you were going to blame Flamey. And then you were going to kill her too. You know that if I'm killed, the Seventh will be making you the next target. I always knew I loved you. The truth is that I've loved you from the very start.
Wow, Adlet. You really are a piece of work. For one brief moment there, even I thought you were being totally genuine.
If I'm not who you think, you are going to regret this.
That's what makes you such a threat. If I don't take care of you now, everyone is going to believe your lies.
Flamey, after I'm dead, go to Hans for help. You can absolutely trust him.
Damn it! How dare you!
Adlet, for the longest while I hated you. And especially, I hated the fact that I was starting to believe in you.
Stop, Flamey! Don't let him into your head!
I still hate you. And the more I talk to you, the more I hate you. I know that I'll just end up believing you like before. Even though I already decided to never believe anyone ever again.
No, Flamey!
Adlet, run!
You run too!
God of the mountain!
Adlet, listen! I can hold her off!
No way! You just run!
Where?
I'm figuring that out!
A little late, princess.
No, it can't be. No, Nasha-Tanya.
Don't forget. She's the enemy.
That was super fun, wasn't it, Adlet? But now, I'm gonna destroy you, okay? I had no idea. I can't believe how little I knew about anything. How fun it is to travel without servants or maids. How scary it is to go to battle for the first time. How wonderful to have someone by your side, encouraging you. I'm so grateful. And I thank you.
What is it you're...
I'm happy to have said my thanks. And now I have to kill you.
Listen to me, Hans is alive and well, Nasha-Tanya. Adlet's not our enemy. Mora has been lying to us.
He is our enemy, and Hans is badly hurt. Flamey has fallen for Adlet's lies.
You need to calm down, Nasha-Tanya.
Hey, Adlet. It's not nice to keep a girl waiting like this.
Yeah, for what?
Repentance. When you get caught doing something bad, then you're supposed to show remorse before you die. I remember that's what the head maid told me.
Run. She is completely insane.
Yeah, I'll head for the temple.
So, Adlet, do you repent yet?
Princess, you know too little about the world. Nowhere is it written that everyone must repent.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and kill him right now.
I concentrated them too thickly.
She's not hesitating for a second!
Gotcha.
Flamey, no!
I'll handle getting control of Flamey. You just concentrate on finishing off Adlet!
I won't let you win.
Bombs, look out!
Damn it! What is Flamey doing?
Adlet is controlling her.
Adlet, I can deal with those two. So you take off, you hear me?
Right after I said I would protect her. Flamey! I'm going to protect you to the end! 'Cause I'm the strongest man in the whole world!
You'll never be able to stop both of us!
Adlet, please. You have got to run.
I'm sorry to leave you, Flamey. But if I can get to the temple, I can reunite with Hans. Then Nasha Tanya should stop fighting. Once she sees Hans is safe. Hey, Hans, you here? If you're here, come out! Hans! Chamo! That's good. Looks like Hans is still alive right now.
Hey, Adlet! Who is it you're looking for out here? It's only us. You injured Hans in the first place, so come on out. Don't you dare move! I know you're there! You're mine now! I finally caught you.
Nasha Tanya, I believed that you were my friend. And that if the two of us were together, we wouldn't need to fear the demon god.
I can't believe you have the nerve to say that to me.
You're the one who's betrayed me, Adlet. That's the truth.
I'm not the one who did anything wrong. I wasn't setting up a trap for you. And I never tried to kill my friends!
Well, you're not gonna fool me anymore. It's obvious you're the 7th.
It's cold. I can't stop shaking. Have I lost too much blood? Cold?
You're the 7th Brave. Face it. Don't bother trying to fight!
Princess!
Sorry! Highness, are you alright?
Forget about how I'm doing! Go and follow Adlet!
Why didn't I realize it before? It was so damn simple. Why didn't I notice the cold?
Nicely done, Goldov.
No, Adlet!
I want to thank you, because it was beginning to hurt even to run. Actually, you saved me. I'm only here because of you. You do remember, don't you? When Flamey and you and Nashitania and I went to the temple, and then we were all attacked by the fiends.
Yes, what of it?
Goldov, kill him now.
No, don't do that! Yes, do that, Goldov!
Highness, Mora, we will get more information if we do not kill him.
You're wrong. He won't talk.
I agree, so we should kill him right now.
You're late, Hans! Where the hell have you been?
Sorry, you guys. We've been looking all over for you. There's something we think you should all see.
It can't be. Hans is unhurt? Adlet.
Nashitania, you're something. I can't believe how strong you are.
Forgive me. What have I done to you?
Mora, can you say why Hans appears to be safe?
What happened to you, Adlet?
Sorry. I had to lie.
Mora!
Are you okay?
No, he's not. Look, these wounds are terrible.
I'm sorry I ran earlier. I didn't want to leave you behind back there.
Shut up already. Do you hear me? I'll patch you up.
Adlet is still the imposter, a fact you cannot argue. And I am determined to prove it to you any way I can.
He's not the fake. You talked us all into thinking that he was.
Hey. What's needed by the strongest man in the whole world?
Huh?
The strongest man in the world has to have power, skill, wisdom, luck, and heart. He must have every single one of these things. It's really quite simple. The strongest man in the whole world is me. I am that man. I want you to think about it. It's impossible for anyone to have made it this far, except for the strongest man in the whole world.
You're crazy. A major idiot.
Oh, Adlet.
Wait, don't lie to us again.
I'm saying it's time to finally defeat the Seventh. I'll explain what happened. I'm going to reveal the whole truth about the trap the imposter set.
Oh no.
So you're saying we were given a false method to activate the barrier?
That's right. The real barrier was activated only after I had entered the temple, but that's something we didn't know at the time.
Your hypothesis doesn't make sense. You don't address the fact that the Saint of Fog would require a powerful barrier to engulf the entire forest with mist.
There is one saint who would have the ability to instantly create the fog. One is all it would take.
That's impossible!
You told me before that I didn't know much about the power of the saints. However, you saints don't know all that much about the power of science.
What should we know?
The power of saints can sometimes defeat science. But while you might not think much of it, the fact is that science is amazing. Like fog, for instance. Do you know how it's made? It's when water vapor in the air condenses into little droplets. The same reason you can see your breath in winter. The higher the temperature, the more water vapor builds up in the air. And if the temperature quickly falls, the water vapor returns to being tiny droplets of water, floating in the air. That's what fog is.
I don't get that at all.
The humidity in this forest is consistently high. It's right next to the sea, so the wind carries in a lot of moisture. A sudden drop in temperature instantly creates fog.
But how could you suddenly drop the temperature? Even the Saint of Ice or Saint of Snow would need to erect a barrier for that.
You can't put one barrier over another, right? You need to think outside the box, Mora. You don't lower the temperature. You raise it.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. The Saint of the Sun could probably do it.
Exactly. Ryura, the Saint of the Sun, has been missing for a month. In the beginning, I suspected Flamey. But 6 months ago, Flamey was defeated by Chamo, and then the fiends betrayed her. And since then, Flamey hasn't killed any potential Braves. Couldn't the power held by the Sun Saint make the temperature in this area rise?
I suppose.
Even now when she's older?
Poor Ryura. Her legs got so weak that it came to the point where she couldn't leave her wheelchair. But despite her situation, her power has remained just as strong as it's ever been.
I think the Seventh and their allies probably kidnapped Ryura, and then forced the poor thing to help them. They could have even taken her family hostage or something cruel like that. It's entirely possible she was forced to gradually raise the temperature in this area. It took a while, probably over the course of a month. Don't you remember? How the weather was so strangely hot? Why did it suddenly get so damn hot here? Tell me, is this area supposed to have weather like this? Do you know anything? Next, think about the fortress. Either the people manning it were imposters, or the soldiers were helping the Seventh from the start. Either way, the Braves were all told about the phantasmal barrier, and given false information on how to activate it.
Okay, but what if someone had known about the real activation?
Then they would have called off the plan. Remember, the king who built the temple was extremely secretive.
Yes, the King of the Iron Hills. He's a secretive man.
No one knew that the barrier even existed, so it would be highly unlikely.
And what happened then?
The Seventh must have used the fiends so that they would lure us into the temple. And when I opened the door, then the signal was sent. Presumably, that would have been done by the transforming fiend. With that signal, the other fiends went ahead and killed Ryura. With Ryura's death, the sun's power vanished too. The temperature quickly dropped, and the forest was covered in fog. We fell for it because we believed the barrier had already been activated. I remember at the time, I'd felt a chill running down my spine. I wasn't imagining it. the temperature really was dropping. The rest is pretty simple. The Seventh must have innocently approached the altar. Then amidst all the confusion, they activated the real barrier. And all they had to do then was wait. Wait for me to be suspected. And be killed as the imposter.
Now stop! You have no proof of that! Guesses and conjecture aren't enough!
Hold on a minute. I'm not done talking yet.
It's okay. I got your back. You go ahead and just keep on explaining what happened.
So the real question is... where would the Seventh's comrades hide Ryura's body? It had to be close enough to hear a fiend's cry, so it couldn't be too far from the temple. It's a big forest, but even so, there wouldn't be many places to hide her. And burying her wouldn't work because Chamo's out here.
Yeah! I think I found it.
The best place to hide a leaf is in a forest. So it follows the best place to hide a body is in...
a meadow full of corpses.
Flamey, was that fiend among those we fought yesterday?
If we had fought something this big, I'm sure we'd remember that, wouldn't we?
Why is it here? Do it now, Hans!
Yeah! Now tell us who this is, Mora.
Oh, Ryura. Without a doubt, that is Ryura.
So, does anybody here still think that Adlet is the imposter?
This is also part of the trap! Yes, Adlet must have prepared this ahead of time! To show us how innocent he was!
But if that were true, don't you think he would have shared his theory with all of us a long time ago? Do you realize how many times he was almost killed before he got here?
I had no idea. I guess I was wrong. Adlet wasn't the imposter.
That's right. That's what I was trying to tell you from the start. You didn't listen when I said I wasn't.
Adlet.
Adlet?
That was really a close call. I didn't have a shred of proof Ryura's body was hidden there. It could have been anywhere in the forest. At the very end, the only thing I had to rely on was luck. But I won. I showed everyone the imposter's plan, and I won.
Hey, wonder who it was that killed the old lady?
This fiend, probably. I'm sure it killed Ryura and ate her, and then died here.
Wait. If Adlet isn't actually the Seventh, then who could it be?
The Seventh one. The Seventh one is...
Mora, you realize you just implicated yourself? Flamey, I think it would be a good idea for you to stick close to Adlet. Goldov, don't let Mora get away from us.
Of course.
Just hold on! I'm not the imposter! What proof do you have that I'm the one?
I don't have any proof it's you. But there really isn't anyone else who would be right for it. And don't tell me you're gonna say that Flamey is the imposter.
Are you all right?
Nasha-Tanya's right. We have no proof. Except, who else could it be but Mora? I'm positive that Flamey and Nasha-Tanya aren't imposters. And Hans helped me to reveal the Seventh's plot, so it couldn't be him. There's Goldov, but I can't imagine a man as loyal as him betraying us. And I never once suspected Chamo.
It's not Mora. I bet Chamo can prove she's not the one. Look at this. Chamo found some stuff that's interesting.
Stone tablets?
A little while ago, I broke through the floor at the temple and started digging around. I found a big box down there. There was a sword, and these 2 tablets were also inside of it.
2 of them?
One of them is the same as the tablet we saw in the temple. And the sword we found looks exactly like the original does. So whoever it was who made the barrier, they were extremely careful. Apparently, they even made themselves a spare set of tools to activate it.
Yeah, and Chamo was the one who found it.
Well, I was the one who first asked if there might be something under the floor.
But Chamo was the one who actually found it.
Come on, you know it was my brilliant idea.
You two can fight over the glory later. So how come there are 2 tablets then?
It's the second tablet that's so interesting. That one over there is the same as the one on the altar, but this one here is unusual. It has instructions on how to deactivate the barrier, as well as an explanation of how to reactivate it. However, what surprised me most was how it was activated. It's really quite amusing. To reactivate the barrier, you have to remove the sword and the shattered tablet, and then repeat the entire original process. In other words, grip the sword and let your blood drip down it. You say the words that give the order, and then you destroy the tablet once again.
So that one is the real thing?
This tablet and the sword are the same ones we found on the altar in the temple.
Listen, Chamo's right. It's hard to believe this would be the only fake. But all that really matters is figuring out the identity of the person who broke it. I don't know who that was.
When Chamo first got to the temple, the tablet was already broke. So which of you is the bad guy?
Do you remember who that is? Do you, Adlet?
Yes, I remember that well. I remember everything. First, it was Goldov.
Come on now, Adlet. Aren't you able to tell us who broke the tablet?
No, that can't be right.
Nasha-Tanya, right?
It's the princess? Well, that's a surprise. I was totally convinced it would be Goldov.
It's the princess?
I will protect you. You needn't worry, Highness.
I was the one who broke the tablet, but I had no intention of activating any barrier. Adlet, please say something. I'm not the 7th, I swear. I'm begging you to speak up for me. Adlet, please! Please, let's shake. And like you, I am chosen as one of the 6 Braves. But all of this is totally new. Isn't it beautiful? It's such a peaceful and quiet place. That girl right there is the Brave Killer. Men really seem to like girls like her. Fragile and helpless, and then you get to be the big, strong hero, right? Adlet, tell them it's not me!
Wait. There was an important prerequisite for this trap to work. That's right. It was that the first Brave to reach the temple would be the one to be taken in by the trap. So the person who made me fall for it has to be the one who sent me to the temple.
Adlet, go now! And don't stop until you reach the temple! We'll make sure nothing's going to follow!
No way. Can it be true? Nasha-Tanya!
Adlet, wait. I give up. It's true. I've decided I'm going to surrender.
Highness, what on earth are you saying?
You heard me, Goldov. I'm saying that I am the 7th Brave. I'm so sorry. I probably could have gotten away with it a while longer, but with how Adlet was acting, I'm sure there would be nothing I could say to change the outcome. It's my mistake. I always knew there was a spare set of ritual items, but I didn't know there were instructions for the activation. I really should have investigated more carefully. Still though, I can't believe I couldn't defeat at least one of you. I thought I'd be able to get rid of at least 2 Braves. Maybe it was because I wasn't aggressive enough. I could have gotten closer to Adlet and killed him. I definitely could have killed Goldoff. I mean, I had several possibilities. But everything was going along so well, there wasn't a reason to use any of them. At first, I thought that Adlet was just an idiot who could be easily taken. I knew I could kill him rather quickly, which was what I wanted for my first victim. But I never thought for even a second that he would find me out instead. And Hans, I was certain you'd turn out to be the most difficult opponent to deal with. Looks like I was right. Without you exploring under the floor, I never would have lost.
You were willing to kill everybody? Princess, so you were going to destroy the whole world for him? Join the demon god? That's the reason you were going to kill us all?
Honestly, I see now that this is something that should not have been done. Instead, I should have asked for your help from the beginning. I guess at this point, it doesn't really matter now.
Princess, how can I assist you? What is it you're trying to achieve here? I will follow you anywhere you lead.
Actually, Goldoff, if you had only done what I commanded, without asking questions, I would have told you the truth all along. But I never thought you'd openly show your feelings like that.
Well, Princess Chommel has a question. Why in the world would you want to kill all of us?
I want the world to have a reality that's peaceful. I want to see a world where the demon god and humans and fiends can live without any fighting. I have nothing against any of you. It's just, I need to revive the demon god in order to make all this occur. And it's necessary to kill all the 6 Braves to ensure that my plan will work.
I don't understand. Princess, what the hell are you saying to us?
I have a request for all of you. Can everyone here please withdraw? I'll handle the revival of the demon god. There's no way I would let him destroy the human world, because I have always loved humans and fiends equally. I want them to live in peace.
Now hold on. Listen, I want to know what you have in mind.
My goal is quite clear. I want to make sure the fiends change their ways so they can be at peace with humanity.
At peace?
Alrighty then, and if they do, you really believe the world will be at peace?
Of course, it will. But I'm not going to lie, it will be dangerous. There's gonna be some collateral damage. But the casualties will only be a small number.
How small is that?
My estimates say there would most likely be around 500,000, more or less.
500,000?
That's right, only 500,000 will die.
All right, Hans. Flamey. Mora. Chommel. Kill her! What's that?
It's really unfortunate. Persuading you was impossible.
What's that smell?
It's so sweet.
It smells like rotting apples. Highness.
Goldoff, I'm sorry that you couldn't come along with me this time. Farewell.
That's a fiend technique. And a high-level one, too.
Oh, and Flamey? I think you and I could come to an understanding in the future.
Watch out. She's still pretty close to us.
Let's all meet again.
Over there!
Flamey, watch it! Take care of Adlet!
Adlet, wait! Stay with me now.
I can't believe that. It's Nasha Tanya. She's the one.
Please don't talk. You pushed yourself too hard. You've lost too much blood. Just a second. It isn't much, but I have a little tonic for you.
You've gotten to be awfully nice. Should have been that way from the start.
I already told you. You need to stop talking.
When we met, you looked like that. Hey, Flamey. I want to tell you...
I hate you. Whenever I'm around you, you make me feel like I want to live.
I won't let you die.
Adlet, no! You can't die!
So are you awake now? Sorry to say that I'm not Flamey. Those herbs hold the life energy of the mountains. I'm sorry. I refuse the possibility you weren't guilty. It was a huge error.
No sense dwelling on the past. But you might apologize to the others.
She did apologize to us already.
Hans! Is the barrier still up?
It's no longer there. Nasha Tanya deactivated the thing, and then for a change of pace she got away from us. Sorry about that.
I see. Is everyone safe?
Yeah, they're all outside.
These things are amazing.
I must say, if it weren't for you and everything you did, who knows how many of us would have died.
Hey, you can always rely on me, no matter what.
Since you're the strongest man, I think normally I would laugh that off, but with you, it's different. You did extremely well here.
You haven't got any words of praise for me?
Yes, I do. Nicely done, Hans.
Why is Adlet always treated like he's the special one?
Hey, Hans. Remember, it was you who found the tablet that finally revealed Nasha Tanya's plot?
Yeah, I guess. But I wasn't able to figure out where Ryura's body was hidden out there the way you did.
Really, I do think you're incredible. I've never met another person I could rely on like you.
You should stop now. You're gonna turn my head with that.
Why on earth is he acting like that?
Where's Goldov?
He hasn't said a word. No matter what I talk about, he won't answer.
And there's nothing we can do for him. That's right. The barrier's gone.
You're awake.
Yeah, I am.
I'm sorry about before. About how your favorite girl turned out to be the imposter.
What are you saying? Don't think I understand.
And I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear you talk now. I don't know how to talk to you. Honestly, I don't think I ever knew. I don't even know how I can face myself anymore. I need a little time to think about what's going on.
Well, just think on this. Will you come with us, instead of fighting on your own?
Yes, I've pretty much given that up.
I have one more question. When you're here with me, is it actually true that you feel life is good? Okay, let's do our best! Let's defeat the demon god and survive!
It's been a while. I always thought that you'd be one of the chosen few.
I know a long while's passed, but I have to say,
Who is this girl?
Oh,
I'm so sorry. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rolonia Manchetta, and I'm proud to say that I'm the Saint of Fresh Blood. I'm sorry I'm late.
Why are you here? Tell us.
I'm so sorry, Mora. I tried to meet up with you, but the fog rolled in and I couldn't find you. I'm so sorry.
I'm not talking about that, and you know it.
Yes. I know I shouldn't be one of the 6 Braves because I'm not strong enough, but I promise that I will do my very best.
Look, Rolonia,
Your crest, Rolonia.
Yes, ma'am. No way. So I have been wondering about something. Why is it that there are 7 of us?
Finally! It would seem that my time has arrived at last.
I'm Dotom III, King of Gwenbyre, and my royal guard. I heard of the Phantasmal Barrier's activation. It is a good thing to see that all the 6 Braves are still safe. I have just received a detailed report from my scouts. I am told that the fiends which are scattered all over this continent have been seen to be heading towards this forest. Most likely, they will arrive here within a few hours. We can expect there will be at least 2,000 of them.
2,000?
We should consider the possibility of retreating from this area.
Chelmo doesn't want to retreat. But we don't have any idea regarding our enemy.
Rolonia, actually Chamo is right.
It's more fun if it's more dangerous.
And what's going to happen if Rolonia has prepared us a trap?
Yeah, Rolonia could be here to set up a trap, especially if she assumed that we would all be retreating.
Rolonia is definitely not our enemy.
I'm sorry, Mora. There's no way I can trust you.
Wait a minute. You're the one Chelmo doesn't trust.
Hold on now. We know there are 6 Braves. Why do I see 7?
There's no point in explaining. Your Majesty, I'm sure this is confusing, but since I'm the strongest man in the whole world, I'm asking you to do as I say. Can you reactivate the Phantasmal Barrier?
I have sufficient water and enough provisions to stay here for some time. I can activate it immediately.
Go! Please activate the barrier in the next 30 minutes. Protect it until we can see the demon god is defeated for good.
Yes, I understand.
Well, for now, I'm the only one that we know without a doubt can't possibly be the 7th. So then it's only natural for all of you to follow me.
That concerns me somewhat. But for now, I guess it's the best we've got.
You're right. For now then, we'll follow where Adlet leads.
If you say so, Mora. Well, if that's your decision, Adlet.
That's fine with me. Are you sure about this, Adlet? Since we don't know who the 7th is.
But if we wait until we do, we may not be able to defeat the 7th. You sure you're okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Adlet, you seem to be having some difficulty. Why don't you grab my shoulder?
It's all right. Pretty sure I can still run.
But I'm the Saint of Blood, Adlet. Healing is one of my specialties.
Flamey! All right, we finally made it. Those mountains mark the land of howling demons. There's no way out. Our escape route is cut off. Until we defeat the demon god, we can't leave. Don't forget, the 7th is on our list too. Let's go!